Consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely Hurricane Fiona. Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Ms. Collins. Victoria moves that the House do now adjourn. Debate. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's truly an honour to rise here this evening to begin this debate on the federal government's response to Hurricane Fiona and the devastation it has brought upon Atlantic Canada. And as the NDP critic for emergency preparedness and climate resilience, I felt it was an urgently needed debate, and I'd like to thank the Speaker for granting my request and thank the Conservatives for agreeing that it was a necessary discussion. And I want to start by saying that my thoughts are with all the Canadians on the Atlantic coast who have been affected by this catastrophic storm. To the friends and families who have lost loved ones, to those who have lost their homes, to those who have lost their livelihoods. I lived on the island of Newfoundland for 3 years, including some months in a remote lighthouse, so I know very well both the ferocity of Atlantic weather and the resilience of Atlantic Canadians. I've traveled widely in Atlantic Canada over the past 40 years or so, including visits to PEI and Nova Scotia just this year. So I'm familiar with many of the communities that have been devastated by Hurricane Fiona. But Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Fiona was no ordinary Atlantic storm. It was the strongest storm ever to make landfall in Canada. Atlantic Canadians remember Hurricane Juan in 2003, and Hurricane Dorian. Fiona combined the intensity of Juan with the size of Dorian. Fiona recorded the lowest ever atmospheric pressure in Canadian history and packed winds of up to 180 kilometers per hour. And the storm surges swept across the coast like a series of tsunamis. The human cost has been catastrophic. Several lives have been lost. Hundreds of homes were destroyed by storm surge or high winds, many swept out to sea. Roads, wharves, airports, and other infrastructure have been badly damaged. Fisheries infrastructure has been destroyed in the middle of the fishing season. Agricultural crops compromised just before harvest. And close to 1 million Canadians are still without power. And I must pause, Mr. Speaker, to say that I will be sharing my time with the MP for Victoria. We knew this storm was coming. As it tracked north up the Atlantic coast from Bermuda last week, the forecasts were uniformly calling for a record-breaking weather event. And I want to give credit to the scientists of Environment Canada for their strong modeling that informed preparation for Hurricane Fiona. And it was those strong warnings, I'm sure, that kept the injuries and deaths to an absolute minimum. I've heard people comment time and time again that it was a miracle that more people weren't injured or killed. So I thank the science and the warnings that went out for that. I want to say I received a call from Minister Blair on Saturday, and I thank him for that update on the federal response. He mentioned that the armed forces would be helping with cleanup efforts. I've since heard that the naval vessel HMCS Margaret Brooke will be traveling along the south coast of Newfoundland to carry out wellness checks in many of the small outports there that have no road connection. These are critical tasks, and I'm happy to hear they're being done, but important questions remain. How prepared were the armed forces for this storm that we knew was on its way ahead of time? And is there more that could and should have been done in the days before the storm? I know that most communities have armies of volunteers that step up in these situations to help organizing accommodations and food and other emergency supplies for residents that have lost their homes, residents that have been evacuated from their homes. I thank those volunteers as well as the neighbors who help neighbors clear down trees from houses and driveways, and first responders who are helping with immediate and emergency cleanup, including the power company workers that are working around the clock to bring power back to hundreds of thousands of cold and hungry Canadians. As critical and important as these initial responses are, it's perhaps even more important that we look ahead to the coming days and weeks, and unfortunately often years, for the government role in rebuilding efforts that must take place. It's late September and winter is not far away in Canada. We have systems and programs for government support to help people who have their homes damaged by disasters, but those systems are embedded in bureaucracies that often turn anxious weeks into anxious months. Months while winter sets in and families still have no place to go. They're forced to rely on the kindness of neighbors or relatives, forced to move out of their communities entirely while waiting for help to rebuild their homes and their lives. We have government programs such as the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund that are meant to help communities hit by overwhelming events such as fires, floods, and hurricanes. In my experience, these communities, especially small communities, are left to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the rebuilding process, while they have neither the financial capability to pay for those actions or the manpower capacity to navigate the bureaucracy to access the programs. Here's a couple of examples from my home province of British Columbia. The town of Princeton was badly flooded by the Tulameen and Smilkameen rivers in last fall's atmospheric river event in southwestern BC. It faced about a $20 million bill in cost to repair infrastructure. Ordinary federal, provincial government revenue sharing agreements dictate that Princeton and other similar communities would pay 20% of those costs. Might sound like a good deal to a large community, but the entire annual tax budget of Princeton is only about $2 or $3 million. They simply can't afford 20% of a disaster. We need to come up with a permanent change to these cost structures to accommodate small communities. And secondly, the example of Grand Forks, a town in my riding that was devastated by flooding in 2018. After months of wrangling and some intense and difficult work by the community itself, and difficult decisions, I might add, to radically change parts of the community, a funding agreement was made whereby the provincial government and federal government, the provincial government would cover about $38 million of the cost, and the federal government about $20 million. The city of Grand Forks waited an entire year to get a response from the federal government on their first request for funding under this agreement. They received repeated messages from the federal government that the basic agreement was changing and that they would have to be responsible for more and more of the costs. They had to repeatedly resubmit detailed funding requests. It was a bureaucratic nightmare for a small community that was trying to recover from a natural disaster nightmare. This kind of behavior from the federal government has to change. We have to have a kinder, more cooperative relationship between the federal government and communities in these situations. And I'll finish just by commenting on more long-term issues. We spend about $5 billion every year fixing damages from weather-related disasters in Canada. Those costs are largely borne by individuals and insurance companies. The federal government is only covering right now about 10% of those costs. That annual expense is expected to rise to $50 billion by 2050, 10 times what it is now. If we are to face the rising costs of these climate events, if we are to maintain our economy and communities in this onslaught of fire, floods, and hurricanes, we have to start investing serious amounts of money in climate adaptation. Investments in community infrastructure that protect Canadians so they don't see their homes wash away on a storm surge. Investments in heat pumps that will allow low-income Canadians to have air conditioning so we won't have a repeat of the 619 people dying in a heat dome event in Metro Vancouver last year. Investments in fire smart programs to protect neighborhoods at the interface with forests. Reactive funding is necessary, but surely we can see the economic and community needs that point to investing for the future that we all know is coming. In the meantime, I just want to reiterate my support for the people of Atlantic Canada. I know you will use all your ingenuity and strength to recover from this catastrophe, and I hope that all levels of government will be there to help you when you need it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we witnessed earlier today during question period, we had members from all sides of the House, whether it was the Prime Minister to other opposition members, government members, expressing their thoughts and goodwill towards what has taken place. In fact, from coast to coast to coast, because, Mr. Speaker, of media, including yourself last week, bring it to the House's attention that we have a storm that's coming to Atlantic Canada, and it's going to also affect the province of Quebec. There was a tremendous amount of goodwill as Canadians from coast to coast to coast watched, and now part of the solution is to allow for those Canadians to express that sense of a part of our nation is hurting by giving a donation. And I'm wondering what the member would have to say about how else Canadians might be able to be involved besides giving some money, maybe offering a prayer, or possibly for some of them even going to the East Coast, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I want to thank the member for his comment, and I can say again from experience in my riding with all the flood and fire events that I have witnessed in my years as a member of Parliament, the importance of groups such as the Red Cross in helping people in these disasters. It's often the Red Cross that really does a lot of the work in relocating people, of putting people up in accommodation, feeding them while they're forced out of their homes. And I think, donations to the Red Cross would be very welcome. And tonight we are talking more about what this government, what we can do in this place to help the people of Atlantic Canada.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from the NDP for his kind words and speech and reaching out to those certainly in my riding and the rest of Atlantic Canada have been significantly affected by Hurricane Fiona. I think it interesting that we're all appear to be on the same page here, and I guess the question for the member from the NDP would be, when we find out that this government can no longer manage these programs and there's an impossibility to get the money to people, will the NDP stand with the Conservative Party and ensure that those Atlantic Canadians get what they need to rebuild their lives?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Oh, well, I want to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester. He represents the area where my mother's family came from, my ancestors, so I appreciate that. I would say that it's important to work together here in this place to get help for Canadians when they need it. One example I didn't give was the town of Oliver in my riding had a landslide. It cost $10 million of damage. They didn't qualify under DMAF for that funding. And years of lobbying on my part tried to help them. The government eventually changed DMAF, so now small communities can access funding of under $20 million. It was too late for Oliver, but those changes can be made, and I think we have to work here together to make changes when Canadians need it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spent part of my life in the Lower St. Lawrence, and there were times when there were snowstorms and we would lose garages and houses to the water. It wasn't as bad, but it resembled what happened over the weekend in Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec. That being said, this type of major event tends to repeat itself, but over shorter and shorter periods, echoing climate change. So my question is the following for my honourable colleague. In his opinion, should Canada invest more in helping companies innovate and create green technologies rather than helping polluters?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
I would say that obviously we have to put a price on pollution, make sure that the the processes and companies and individuals that are causing climate change around the world pay for those that pollution, so that we can do the necessary things to combat climate change. That's the mitigation part of climate change. Here tonight I've been talking about the adaptation. We are stuck with the climate change we have right now. Right now it's close to 1.5 degree rise. If we stopped all our carbon emissions today, I could only hope, we would still be in this place where we would be having hurricanes and forest fires over the next centuries. We have to do both.
Reprise to debate, continuing debate. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to extend my support and solidarity to the people of Atlantic Canada. I went to high school in New Brunswick and university in Nova Scotia. I have family and friends on the East Coast, and it is heartbreaking to see the devastation caused by Hurricane Fiona. I want to extend my heartfelt condolences to those who have lost loved ones, to the families who have had their homes destroyed, and to everyone impacted by the destruction and upheaval of this extreme weather event. About 1 million Atlantic Canadians are without power, and we must do everything that we can to support the families and communities that are hurt by this disaster. I want to thank my colleague, the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and he outlined clearly how disasters of this scale impact us all. We are calling on the government to not only provide immediate support to those who need it, but also to look to the future. Extreme weather events are getting more frequent and more severe. It is costing communities. It means that we have to replace and rebuild with more resilient infrastructure. Over the next 30 years, major storms and floods could cost Canada $108 billion. Every report that comes out on the costs of the climate crisis shows that these costs are going to be astronomical. And it's important to emphasize that this is of national importance. The federal government must take a leadership role. It is so much less expensive to make proactive investments in climate resilience than to pay for the costs of destroyed infrastructure. But more than that, it also saves lives. It's why we are calling on the government to increase investments in disaster resilience. It's why we want to see meaningful action on the climate crisis. As I watched the videos and saw pictures, I couldn't help but think about the atmospheric river and the floods that hit British Columbia last year. It was less than a year ago that we were in an emergency debate on the floods in BC. You just have to look around the world right now. The floods in Pakistan, the increasing frequency of climate fires, the increasing severity of extreme weather events. These disasters are just a glimpse of what our future looks like. Hundreds of people died in the heat dome in BC. People have lost their lives in floods, in storms, in forest fires. The government must significantly increase funding for the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. They need to urgently create a separate funding stream to assist provincial, territorial, Indigenous, and municipal governments in order so they can take proactive action to strengthen infrastructure, to meet the challenge of extreme weather events, of rising sea levels, of forest fires, and other devastating natural disasters caused by the climate emergency. And we are in a climate emergency. We're in a climate emergency. And yet this government is not acting like it. We cannot continue down the road that consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have set us on. As this government hands out billions of dollars to profitable oil and gas companies, as they team up with the Conservatives to oppose a windfall tax on the record profits of oil and gas companies. You know, this Liberal government keeps saying that they believe that climate change is real, but it doesn't matter if you believe if you're not taking climate action. They emphasize that they are different from the Conservatives. But with the severe impacts of the climate crisis unfolding right in front of our eyes, they won't take the action that matches the scale and the urgency of this crisis. While Canadians are struggling with the cost of living, while Atlantic Canadians are dealing with the devastating impacts of Hurricane Fiona, this government is handing over billions of our taxpayer dollars to the very corporations who are fueling the climate crisis. Billions of dollars in subsidies that could be spent on climate action, on climate solutions, on climate resilience, on support for the communities who are impacted by these disasters. The Liberals and the Conservatives are opposing the policies that would actually make a difference for Canadians. The Liberals refuse to actually match the scale of this crisis, the urgency of this crisis, with the kind of action needed, the kind of action that would keep warming below 1.5 degrees. And the hard truth is that Canada is not on track to meet our climate targets, and that these climate targets are not adequate to keep global warming below 1.5. The Liberals like to talk about believing in climate change, but we need to see action. The decisions that we make today will determine whether there is a livable future for our children and our grandchildren. These disasters are a glimpse at the future, just a glimpse. To the people of Atlantic Canada, we stand with you. We'll work across party lines to ensure you have the support that you need in these unimaginably difficult times. And we will push the government to start treating the climate emergency like the emergency that it is. We will fight for you and for our collective future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have before us is an emergency debate to deal with what's taking place in Atlantic Canada and parts of Quebec today. And what I'm hopeful is that throughout the next number of hours, that members will be able to provide their thoughts in terms of how it is that the government can enhance support, quite frankly. We heard from the Prime Minister and other ministers talk about our military, matching Red Cross donations, a tremendous amount of communication that's going both from the different ministerial offices to the different premiers' offices and the other stakeholders. What the member seemed to focus her attention on is an issue in terms of the climate change. And yes, we recognize that we're not conservatives. We don't deny climate change. But that's for another debate. My question to the member is, does she have any thoughts and ideas that specifically she would like to see that's going to help the people of Nova Scotia or Atlantic Canada and parts of Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and I am glad to see that members from every party in this House are standing together in support of Atlantic Canadians. We are here together to support everyone in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador and PEI. But if the member expects me to be silent about the fact that the climate crisis is one of the reasons we're seeing the increasing weather events, they are more extreme, they are more frequent, and if this government is going to continue to ignore the causes of these extreme natural disasters, well, we are in trouble.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. It's interesting, you know, times there are difficult in Atlantic Canada. They often are difficult there. That being said, what we understand is that it is hard for people to afford transportation. We often live in single-family dwellings, so they have to be heated. We don't have any natural gas coming to significant amounts of homes. And people, to buy a car is very, very difficult. We often say that in Atlantic Canada, people buy a beater car to get through. You know, it's $2,500 and it's very, very difficult. You know, how are they going to afford an electric vehicle to help support this? And I would like to understand how tripling the carbon tax is going to cause a 1/3 decrease in the number of hurricanes in Atlantic Canada.
Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and also Atlantic Canadians and Canadians across this country are struggling. They're struggling with the cost of living. They're struggling, you know, not being able to access dental care. They're struggling because they can't put food on the table. They can't afford to pay their rent. These are very challenging times. And it's why New Democrats have been calling on this government to implement a windfall profits tax for the big banks, for the big grocery stores, the big box stores, for oil and gas companies. This is so essential so that we can put money back into people's pockets. The carbon tax is a crucial piece of a climate plan. And in the last election, the Conservatives actually acknowledged that. But it's not a silver bullet, and unfortunately, we need a government who is actually going to take the action that matches the scale of the crisis. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation over the weekend is just an example of what could happen more and more often if we continue to think short-term and to govern by polls or to react rather than prevent. That being said, a lot of investments are made supposedly to assist the environment. I'm thinking especially of carbon capture factories that produce more than what they can capture. So I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on these solutions that at the end of the day aren't as green as they seem, and what would she propose in exchange? The Honourable Member for Victoria. I thank the member for her question, and I apologize, I'll answer in English.
I think she brings up a really important point. This government has proposed handing over billions of dollars to big oil and gas companies for carbon capture, utilization, and storage. This is not a climate solution. Report after report has shown that actually this is just a giveaway to big oil and gas. And so we need to actually invest those billions of dollars that this government seems set on handing over to profitable companies into climate solutions, into the policies that will actually make a difference. The science is clear. We have the technology, we have the answers, we have the ability to meet our climate targets if we actually take the action. Thank you.
Now, before we go back to debate, I just want to remind folks that the quicker we can ask questions, the quicker we can answer them. People can actually get an opportunity to participate in the debate. I've noticed the member for Saanich Gulf Island stand up on a number of occasions, and no, we're running out of time each time. So maybe I'll recognize her the first time next time around. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I sincerely appreciate that you're recognizing me to speak on this very important issue. I will be sharing my time with the Minister of National Defence. Speaker, while it is always an honor to speak in this place, I deeply wish it was under different circumstances. Canadians from coast to coast to coast have seen the terrible images coming out of Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec over the weekend. Homes have been destroyed by fallen trees, their roofs blown off by extreme wind or swept out to sea. We also tragically have reports from authorities that people in several provinces, such as Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia, have passed away as a result of the storm. Let me say that our thoughts are foremost with their families and loved ones. We're thinking of you, we feel your pain, and we'll be there to help and support you. Hurricane Fiona was an unprecedented storm, unlike anything that has struck our shores before. I expect we will hear many, many more stories from my colleagues here tonight, but from Atlantic Canadians about how this storm affected the lives of those they represent, like yourself, Speaker, and I look forward to listening to them. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, I would like to start by providing an update to the House with some of the latest news from our officials. Let me first and foremost, Speaker, say that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness has been very active and involved on this matter from the beginning. Since we knew that there was a hurricane coming our way, he has been actively engaged, working with officials, working with other ministries, and we'll hear from the Minister of National Defense, in coordinating our efforts to be ready once the storm hits Canada. Not only working within the federal government, but working very closely with the provincial governments and local authorities to ensure that they have all the support necessary. Minister, unfortunately, is unable to be here. As many would know, he had a knee surgery performed to him, but he remains engaged and active, and I'm working very closely with him. So I just wish him speedy recovery as well. Speaker, in terms of the storm that has hit Atlantic Canada and Eastern Quebec, recovery efforts are ongoing across the Atlantic provinces. As of 3:30 this afternoon, Eastern daytime, we understand that power outages are affecting approximately 171,000 customers in Nova Scotia, 75,000 customers in Prince Edward Island, 6,800 customers in New Brunswick, and 220 customers in Newfoundland and Labrador. There are 0 affected customers reported in Quebec at this moment. States of local emergency remain in place at both Port au Basque and Cape Breton. 13 First Nations communities have reported impacts due to Hurricane Fiona, and Indigenous Services Canada is working with those communities directly. Canadian Red Cross and Salvation Army are supporting shelters and feeding operations across the Atlantic provinces. Speaker, 2 weather disturbances are expected on the 26th and 27th of September over Atlantic Canada, which may impact recovery efforts. Weather is expected to improve by September the 28th. All levels of government are committed to continue working closely together to ensure that impacted communities are able to recover as quickly as possible. At the federal level, we have approved requests for assistance from Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Canadian armed forces have been deployed to assist in the local response, and I'm confident we will hear more details from the Minister of National Defense when she has the opportunity to speak. In addition, Speaker, Transport Canada's National Aerial Surveillance Program is providing support to assess the storm's damages in multiple provinces. And the Canadian Coast Guard has also made resources available to assist where needed. We also remain in close contact with all affected provinces as they continue their response and remain highly engaged on their needs. There is ongoing direct communications that is taking place not only at the officials level between provinces, federal government, the provinces, and of course, local emergency authorities, but I can also tell you, Speaker, our ministers in the Canadian government are speaking with the premiers and their counterpart ministers also on a regular basis. This is a Team Canada approach to deal with a very significant impact on our country. In addition to this direct support to the provinces, Our government speaker has also announced that we will be matching all donations to the Canadian Red Cross for 30 days following this disastrous event. Through this program, the Red Cross will seek to address more immediate requirements for support for affected Canadians and their families. And of course, we know how generous Canadians are. Right here in my community of Ottawa Centre, I'm hearing from many individuals wanting to know how they can help in the response and recovery. We encourage Canadians to please donate to Canadian Red Cross. The Canadian Red Cross, as many of us would know, has previously been a partner to the Government of Canada in response to disasters like British Columbia's 2021 flooding and the Fort McMurray wildfires in Alberta, and has demonstrated an ability to provide impactful support to a significant number of people. I would also like to recognize the efforts of all other partners involved in the ongoing response and recovery efforts. We know of so many organizations locally, local NGOs, church groups, social service clubs who are involved and are engaged and helping in recovery. In the end, that's what communities and neighbors do for each other. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement félicite.
Mr. Speaker, our government congratulates the many NGOs who are already working to support those on the ground who have been impacted by Hurricane Fiona.
The response and recovery is truly just beginning. While it will take time for the full scope of the damage to be known, we recognize that provinces have already expressed concerns about the cost. Nous continuons à travailler en
We continue to work very closely with affected provinces in order to find all available federal resources which can help with the response or recovery. Our priority is to ensure the well-being of all impacted Canadians. We are determined to be present and to help now and all throughout the recovery process.
Assistance arrangements, the federal government can provide cost-sharing support when a natural disaster is so great that it challenges a province's ability to financially respond to it on their own. We stand ready to begin those conversations with the provinces and intend to be highly responsive to any requests we receive. Speaker, helping each other in difficult times, just like we are seeing in our eastern provinces now, is just what Canadians do. That's what makes us so proud to be Canadian. Speaker, I encourage all members to continue to show their support for our Atlantic communities during this exceptional time. We know, everyone in this House knows, that we will get through this, and we'll get through this together and build even better communities in Atlantic Canada and Eastern Quebec. Merci beaucoup.
There, in order to sort of clean things up, the honourable member from questions and comments, the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's terribly kind. My honourable colleague, Parliamentary Secretary, I would say as someone who has been a Cape Bretoner much of my life and now as a British Columbian, I've seen the climate crisis hit communities I know and love really, really hard, and it is heartbreaking. And I do want to extend the thanks for the solidarity of all in this House to support Atlantic Canadians at this critical time, and to continue to support, because basically the people of Lytton, whose town burned down last summer, still have seen nothing. Some of those people, by the way, are still paying the bank, the mortgage on the house they no longer have. A lot of people need help, and they need it because of the climate emergency. So my question to my honourable colleague, because he's speaking on behalf of the government, and I do appreciate the advanced work that the Minister for Public Safety has tried to do to get provinces to act early. And in Atlantic Canada, it worked, and people were warned. It didn't work in BC. People weren't warned of the heat dome. So my question is, right now on the Environment Canada website is a completely inadequate consultation document that calls on Canadians to help the government put in place adaptation strategies by the year 2030. Will the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary agree with me that we needed those adaptation plans yesterday, not in 8 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for a thoughtful question. First and foremost, our focus right now is to provide the very necessary help needed. so that those who are affected, and there are many unfortunately, can recover, so that we can restore power, so that we can get fresh water back again to them, so that they can get to their workplaces. That is our effort. We also has learned, as the member stated herself, that when we prepare for emergencies like these, our response is better, and we can prevent the loss of life and hopefully loss of property as well. That is an ongoing work, and that's why we know that climate change has a huge impact on these, and that's why having thoughtful, thorough, evidence-based adaptation strategies is what we need, and that's what we're working towards. Thank you.
Questions and comments? And the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it, and thank you to the member opposite from Ottawa Centre for his kind thoughts and words. A couple of very important questions I think that Atlantic Canadians would really like answers to, Mr. Speaker, is exactly how will funds be paid to those people who make claims? Will the federal government be paying them directly? Or are they going to be funneled through the provinces? And secondly, perhaps more importantly, is why did we choose the Canadian Red Cross? This is not meant to be disparaging to the Red Cross, but we know very clearly, especially in small towns across the country, in Atlantic Canada perhaps in particular, that food banks are out there helping out, that there's often volunteer fire brigades who run also on donation basis, and again, this is often a large multinational corporate entity, the Red Cross, and certainly perhaps some of the profits will be eaten up through that bureaucracy. So I guess the question is, Mr. Speaker, is why choose the Red Cross, and does that not actually create a discrepancy for these smaller institutions that are acting locally and really providing help at the coalface, as it were? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And let me first of all extend my gratitude to the member opposite. I know his community has been directly hit, and he's been very actively trying to help his constituents. I've offered my assistance to him. I'm available if he needs any information. I know just this morning the Prime Minister and myself, along with a member from Ottawa South, visited Hydro Ottawa crews that actually going to Truro, Nova Scotia, to his community to help, and I hope that will make an impact. Speaker, Canadian Red Cross is a national organization. It has a very strong partnership with Government of Canada, and they have a demonstrated capacity to deal with large-scale events and help a large number of people like the one we're facing right now, and that's why it's important that we work with them so that support can provide to those who are impacted right away. Of course, local community organizations, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, play a very important role, and they're part of the recovery effort. But at this moment, we need to make sure that people are as safe as quickly as possible, power is restored, they have comfort centers available, and food and shelter also. Thank you.
We
have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to express my solidarity, the solidarity of all members of the Bloc Québécois towards those who are affected. It is very important for us to help those who are affected by giving the amounts necessary, and we will work with the government in order to help people. Here's my question for my colleague. What are his intentions, for example, when it comes to erosions of our shores and shorelines? During the last session, I tabled a petition. We have been asking the government for a long time to invest or to make money available to provinces and territories in order to improve the way we protect our shores and shorelines, because events like these will reoccur. What does the members feel about this? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for his question.
Earlier, we need to, of course, continue to invest in adaptation strategies. We know that weather-related crimes that are impacted by climate change are becoming more and more frequent because climate change is real. We need to make sure that we're not only fighting pollution by not making pollution free, but in fact using not only curb pollution so that it can fight climate change, but invest in building resilient infrastructure, whether it's shorelines or dams or bridges. That is the work, important work that the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness is focused on and will continue to do so, the work in an effective way so that all Canadians are safe at all times. Merci beaucoup.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be here tonight to take part in this emergency debate.
All of those affected by Hurricane Fiona. I was born in Kentville, Nova Scotia, in the heart of the Annapolis Valley, and I am devastated to see the damage that is being wrought on the Atlantic provinces and eastern Quebec. I would also like to echo the words of many colleagues today in extending the deepest thanks to the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as first responders, search and rescue volunteers, emergency managers, all of whom are working so hard to keep people safe and to help with the recovery during this exceptional time. I have been in touch with Premiers Houston and Fury and reiterated that the Canadian government is here to help. We will work closely with all regions to support the recovery, and I want Canadians who are watching this here at home to know that our government and the Canadian Armed Forces remain vigilant and ready to respond, to rise to the challenge, Mr. Speaker, as they always do. In fact, over the past few days, we have seen images of devastating damage wrought by Hurricane Fiona in Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec. And as a Nova Scotian myself, my thoughts are with you all. To everyone suffering and affected in Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec, we stand with you. Nous sommes ici pour vous.
We are here for you. We will continue to help affected provinces who need assistance.
It province by province, and I'll just say that all three branches of the Canadian Armed Forces are activated and ready to assist as required. What are these? The Joint Force, Task Force Atlantic, the 5th Canadian Division, the Canadian Rangers, local reserve units, Royal Canadian Air Force aircraft and crew, Royal Canadian Navy ships, small vessels and crew are all on standby, Mr. Speaker, and helping where they are needed. In terms of the province-by-province work that Canadian Armed Forces are involved with in Nova Scotia and in fact in Cape Breton yesterday morning, a Canadian Army reconnaissance team was on the ground evaluating the damage of the hurricane and identifying which military capabilities would be best deployed and where. Yesterday, we confirmed that our Canadian Armed Forces would provide equipment and personnel to help with reestablishing electricity, roads, and bridges if required by the province of Nova Scotia, and that approximately 100 Canadian Armed Forces personnel sont là pour le province.
Who are there for the province
if required. And in fact, what we have is up to 100 personnel for each of the affected provinces. So we are making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces are there for Atlantic Canada. And I'll say that the lead Canadian Armed Forces elements were ready to begin tasks this morning, and that CAF presence in communities in Nova Scotia were there as of this morning also. Moving now to PEI, the next province to submit an RFA with the federal government. The Canadian Armed Forces deployed immediately last night, Mr. Speaker, to help with removing vegetation and debris from roadways to help restore the power grid and with repairing roadways as required. As of right now, over 100 CAF personnel are in the province, and lead CAF elements are in PEI, and they got straight to work today in helping provincial authorities in conjunction with local authorities, of course. Now to Newfoundland and Labrador. Newfoundland provided a request for assistance yesterday, and our Canadian Armed Forces have been activating resources and personnel to provide physical impact assessments and immediate on-the-ground support to local authorities to ensure the well-being and the safety of residents in the province. Let me talk about HMCS Margaret Brooke. HMCS Margaret Brooke sailed from St. John's this morning to conduct wellness checks in 4 communities on the south coast, and that will begin tomorrow as requested by the province. Et la présence du navire Margaret Brooks.
and the presence of Margaret Brooks, HMCS Margaret Brooks, will be informed by the leadership of the military as well as the advice of local authorities. It has just returned from a long deployment in the Arctic as part of the Nook operation. It is ready to support Canadians when help is needed. In Quebec, the Rangers are giving us frequent updates so that we can be ready to help Quebec if asked to do so.
We remain ready to respond in provinces that may need our help. And we will continue to collaborate closely with provinces and other partners. And I promise all Canadians that we will always do whatever we can to help. Nous remercions les membres des Forces armées canadiennes.
We thank the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. We thank all those partaking in these efforts for their very hard work and the help that they are giving fellow Canadians.
All hands on deck effort. And I know that our Canadian Armed Forces will rise to the challenge, as they always do. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Miigwech.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, like the Minister, thank everyone present on the ground, everyone who is helping and trying to get through this disaster as quickly as possible. It won't be resolved quickly, but what's important is that we've sent some support. So the investments made into the Climate Change and Mitigation Fund. Canada has invested, or rather, Canada has a significant amount of shoreline. So this means $1,234 per year per kilometer when we look at the overall investment. When we look at the disaster that occurred over the weekend, these types of catastrophes are more and more frequent. $1,234 is per year is not enough. We need more measures, more responsible ones than just investing in large polluters and even carbon capture and storage plants that seem to be producing more carbon than they are capturing. Can the minister talk to us about more responsible and sustainable measures? The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour cette...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this question. It's very important to note that we have to do a great deal to help provinces and territories with disasters like this one, with environmental disasters. For our part, the Canadian Armed Forces are there. They're there for the provinces and territories as well. What are they there with? We have 3 branches of the armed forces who are now ready to provide equipment and personnel. Residents in affected areas where forces have been deployed have been on site since this morning. Operations are ongoing. For instance, the 5th Division of the Rangers, as well as aircraft and ships. These are really important measures, Mr. Speaker, for our country, for provinces, for the territories, when we have environmental disasters.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles.
Je vais demander à la ministre si...
I would like to ask the minister. She gave a bit of information on the troops present on the ground in the elected. I asked a question today about the 5th Brigade, Mackenzie, based out of Valcartier. Are they on alert in order to possibly be deployed, or is there another brigade on standby to quickly reinforce the ones on the ground? The Minister of National Defence.
Merci pour cette question, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. First of all, we haven't received a request for assistance from Quebec at this time, but the Canadian Armed Forces are ready to be there if we receive that RFA. Presently, as I said yesterday, we have about 100 members of the Canadian Armed Forces from different provinces to help in Nova Scotia Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland. If we receive an RFA from Quebec, of course, we will help Quebec and the Magdalen Islands.
Time for a short question. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nos cœurs et nos pensées.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our hearts and thoughts are with the people in the Atlantic, and we have good thoughts for those who have responded so quickly to this disaster. Of course, we need more resources to help with this type of disaster relief. We need to implement solutions in order to mitigate future disasters. Subsidizing the oil and gas industry while trying to fight climate change doesn't make sense. Is the minister ready to say today that we're going to end those subsidies and we're going to invest in alternative solutions in the Atlantic region and elsewhere throughout the country?
Monsieur le Président, merci pour cette question aussi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. From our part, as the Minister of National Defence, I'm sure that the Canadian Armed Forces will be there during environmental crises, just as we see now in the Atlantic provinces. We are there with the forces, with the equipment, with the materials, and with frigates. Namely one on the western coast of Newfoundland, to offer assistance. That is part of our assistance to Atlantic Canada, and we are ready to help the rest of Canada in case of future crises.
The Honourable Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Au nom des conservateurs de l'opposition officielle.
On behalf of the Conservative Party, the official opposition, on behalf of all Canadians, we are in complete solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Eastern Canada, in the Atlantic provinces, and Eastern Quebec, especially the Magdalen Islands. We are here today to show our support, but also to plan our return to normalcy, which will be long and difficult. But we will do it as a team, as Canadians do all the time.
In Newfoundland, Labrador, PEI, Nova Scotia, and Eastern Quebec, New Brunswick, we are with you. Conservatives will do everything we can. To the emergency workers, police, paramedics, fire services, power workers, military personnel, and all those who have gotten out as volunteers to help clean up the mess, pick up the debris, remove the downed trees, restore power lines, and take the initial steps towards normalcy, I thank you on behalf of all Canadians. I'd specifically like to acknowledge the devastation that Fiona has brought to Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, stories and images of fishing boats, infrastructure demolished, homes and apartments being engulfed by waves and swept out to sea. These images are gut-wrenching for every single Canadian. As one local resident put it, this is hands down the most terrifying thing I've seen in my life. And we're still, in Port aux Basques, as many across the country have now heard, one of 2 lives was lost to the storm. So far, it was a 73-year-old woman trying to leave her home as it was swept to sea by the waves. Loss of life leaves families, loved ones, and an entire community feeling helpless. PEI potato farmers who are already suffering under the government's self-imposed export ban and missed an entire season as a result of decisions by this government to shut down their industry. And many still unable to sell their seeding potatoes, which are still subject to that same ban, now face the prospect of losing an entire year's crop. Dairy farmers are without electricity, risking the threat of losing valuable livestock. And of course, fishers have lost boats, wharves, and other critical infrastructure. Too many down east are going through extraordinary challenging times, and there's no two ways about it. That means we need to stand with the people on the ground. Slow, bureaucratic programs with big headlines and no delivery simply will not do. The government will need to act quickly to restore order, to bring back the communities that have been devastated, and to get the businesses, farms, and fishing communities back on their feet. We here in the Conservative caucus will, speaking of feet, hold the government's feet to the fire to make sure that happens. The devastation of Fiona is not just the hurricane wreaking havoc on our eastern family. Memories of Juan, Dorian, and many other storms have brought hardship and devastation. In the presence of destruction and loss, however, Atlantic Canadians have proven their iron resolve to rise again and rebuild their lives. And they will rebuild again. We stand ready to work and help them along the way. We will do what is necessary to build upon their resilience, to provide them with the infrastructure and the funding that is necessary. On this journey, though, we would be remiss if we did not thank our American allies who have stepped up to fulfill their side of the agreement. We know of power workers from Maine coming across the border. It reminds us of back in 1917, the Halifax explosion, which killed thousands of Haligonians. A train departed from Boston loaded with medical supplies, surgeons, and other medical professionals. This assistance has always been bilateral. Of course, Canadians came to the rescue of Americans fighting to retaliate against the terrorist attacks of 9/11. We, as North American neighbors, have always been so dedicated to the continuation of this friendship, and so I would like to take a moment to thank the Americans who've come across the border. In particular, the Central Maine Power sent 16 line crews to help. We thank them for their work, and we promise to reciprocate if, God forbid, ever a need should be so require. And yes, indeed. I know that my colleague from Cumberland, Colchester, with whom I'm splitting my time, will build on that solidarity. Reports are surfacing, however, of government getting in the way again. We heard that American crews working to get up into Canada and help with the rescue were held up because of the infamous ArriveCan app, which unfortunately is with us, but mercifully only until Saturday. We call on the government to eliminate this app today so that it does not cause any more disruption. We do note the public safety minister has denied these reports, but then his cabinet colleague, the emergency preparedness minister, contradicted him and said indeed there was an incident and a delay at the border, although he described it as inconsequential. I would remind him that minutes are consequential in an emergency. There is no time for gatekeepers, glitchy apps, or boondoggles when Canadians are in desperate need. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my Atlantic caucus that have kept me apprised. We were meeting on Saturday to discuss our response. They have been in contact with their local representatives, with their populations, with their fishing villages to find the needs and bring them to our attention. I'd like to thank the premiers, the local officials, and the residents firsthand, many of whom I've had a chance to speak with over the last several days. I'd like to thank the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, who reached out to local organizations, including the Maritimes Fishermen's Union and the PEI Fishermen Association and the Fish, Food, and Allied Workers of Newfoundland. On behalf of the official opposition, we will continue to pray for everyone's safety. As the East Coast rebuilds following the damage and devastation of Hurricane Fiona, we as Canadians must continue to work together. In the words of the legendary Stompin' Tom Connors, soon the birds will once again be singing on every tree, and all nature will seem inclined to rest. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I expressed earlier, I really did believe the time in which Canadians have come together, and it was encouraging to see the Leader of the Official Opposition earlier today in his opening talk, or the Conservative Party, I should say, in its opening talk about the importance of members on all sides of the House working in order to support Atlantic Canada during this time. And there was a number of initiatives that the government has taken. We've talked about military, the matching Red Cross, and that's something in which I believe all Canadians get involved. And I'm wondering what the member would say to Canadians from coast to coast to coast, ways in which they can contribute to what's taking place in Atlantic Canada today. Using the example of the Red Cross, giving a contribution, maybe it's prayers, maybe it's going down to the East Coast, those that feel that they can contribute. Does he have any thoughts in regards to that?
The Honourable Leader of His Majesty's Official Opposition.
Thank you. I would encourage. Thank you for the member for the question. I would encourage all Canadians to give generously and help in any way they can. We congratulate the government for the announced response it has made, but we will follow up to make sure there's delivery. We do not want this to be A for announcement, but then F for follow-through. We want it to be A, we've seen it before, and we want the government to deliver, and we will be watching carefully, like hawks, to make sure that the people of Atlantic Canada are not let down again. I notice the work of the great member for McLeod, who's a Southern Albertan, but has become, I think, the greatest champion in Canada for the PEI potato farmer. And I think we should give him a round of applause. Foothills, excuse me, he's from Foothills. Foothills used to be called McLeod. Foothills, the member for Foothills, has been championing the PEI potato farmers, and all across PEI, they sing his praises every day, and I know that he will not let up until the PEI potato farmers are back up and all of their crops are able to be exported to markets all around the world.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to see that this evening we have so much unanimity, so much solidarity for people on the East Coast. It's very important for us all to agree that we need to help rebuild as quickly as possible. The Leader of the Opposition has mentioned that the government needs to act quickly to get real results. Now, when this happens, should we not get serious about our transition in terms of types of energy that we use in order to counter climate change, to slow it down, to adapt? I spoke earlier with the Liberal critic for adaptation. We need to start the transition, for instance, in areas where we produce fossil fuels with respect to in respect of local populations. Is it not time to stop building pipelines and start the transition? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, we have to recognize the difference between fighting climate change and promoting the import of oil. The Bloc, the New Democrats, are mistaken. We're not against oil. We're against foreign oil. We are importing 130,000 barrels a day. A significant percentage of what is consumed in Quebec is coming from the United States. Yesterday, as most recently as yesterday, I would say that we are the most responsible. We will continue to support our energy industry throughout the entire country.
Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was surprised that the Leader of the Official Opposition is the first speaker tonight who hasn't mentioned climate change. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, last year in British Columbia, we lost 600 British Columbians who died as a result of the heat dome. The atmospheric river last fall cut British Columbia off from the rest of the country, and we've seen now Atlantic Canada experiencing a record amount of destruction as a result of the hurricane. We also know, Madam Speaker, that this tragically will be the first of many in the Caribbean. The hurricanes are increasing in intensity and increasing in loss of life. And so my question to the Leader of the Opposition is very simple. The Liberal government, as did the Conservative government before it, is spending billions of dollars in massive subsidies to oil and gas CEOs. Would it not be better for the people of Atlantic Canada that that money be invested in climate mitigation, in fighting back against climate change, and actually eliminate the problem?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Comfort.
Well, again, there's no question that the Liberal climate policy has failed. They have missed every single target they have set. And in fact, they said that if they brought in this carbon tax, they would hit the targets. They didn't hit a single target. Now they say they have to triple the carbon tax and cost Canadians thousands of dollars. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has reported that Canadians are paying far more in carbon tax costs than they are getting back in these so-called rebates. And in many provinces, including that member's, there is no rebate at all, even though there is a federally imposed carbon tax that will triple in his province, whether his provincial government likes it or not, unless, of course, there is a new government that fights climate change with technology and not taxes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the Official Opposition for his kind words and support in holding this government to account. You know, certainly this evening, I would like to think that as we come together here as parties to have this emergency debate, that it's important that a few things happen, Madam Speaker. One is we understand kind of the timeline, and I had the opportunity to be at home this weekend and experience this firsthand, so I think that's important. I also think it's important that the debate here this evening, the emergency debate in my mind, Madam Speaker, is really related to the support for the Atlantic Canadians, not to push some other agenda, which we've seen, unfortunately, this government has continued to miss their targets with respect to climate change, which is, as we might say in Atlantic Canada, a darn shame. That being said, I want people to know, because not everybody's experienced a hurricane, that I have to understand very clearly that the forecasting, as some of the other members have said, has been absolutely fantastic. Certainly, my children would say that at home, I would say that I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it was. Maybe I'm just an optimist. That's probably a good thing. That being said, at about 10 minutes to midnight on Friday night, the power went off. That was it. And as I left home this morning, those left, my family left at home, still do not have power. And as I spoke to my wife earlier this evening, we still do not have power. What does that mean? That means that we have to be cognizant of those things that are needing to be refrigerated. We have to rely on others, people who have power restored, thankfully, friends and neighbors. We need to rely on them. My wife's a pharmacist. She had perishables in her pharmacy. We had to understand how best to deal with those so that that valuable stock, of course, was not lost. Some of us are very fortunate, Madam Speaker, to have a generator. And you know, I was quite thankful to be able to go out with a 15-year-old generator that we purchased sadly after Hurricane Juan and then White Juan. And, you know, it sat around a lot. It's, and perhaps I'm not that great at maintenance, but to get that generator going and be able to have some lights and power the fridge in my house is a great and wonderful thing to have during an event such as this. I do want people to know, though, that I live in the town of Truro. I'm very fortunate that I have water. The folks who work in my constituency office live in a small place called Londonderry. If they don't have a generator that powers their pump, you know, they're doing it the way we did when I was a kid, when nasty storms came along. You filled up your bathtub with water so you could wash your hands and flush your toilet. Those things are still going on, and our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with people who are suffering in that way. I do think it's important to highlight those industries that are specifically negatively impacted. We talk about, you know, the fisheries, the farming, and the forestry. And we know that those industries are part of the backbone of Atlantic Canada. We know that, as my good friend from South Shore St. Margaret's has said multiple times, that the wharves are the Trans-Canada Highway of the fishing industry. We know that the fishing industry is a huge economic driver for Atlantic Canada. And we also know that the infrastructure for small craft harbors have been long neglected, and that those wharves are now even more seriously damaged, and they're going to need significant and rapid federal help to get them fixed so that the fish can be brought to market appropriately. The farming industry, we do understand that there's significant amount of flooding, especially on Prince Edward Island. We've seen that. Untold effects on how that's going to, again, affect a sector of our industry that has been nearly decimated by the mismanagement of this Liberal government. Again, a significant shame for those of us who live in Atlantic Canada. And of course, Madam Speaker, the forestry industry with trees that are now piled on each other like a pick-up sticks game makes it much more difficult and certainly significantly more dangerous for those who work in the forestry industry to work under that environment. Hopefully get that wood harvested quickly, because we do know that with the price of wood, that's valuable almost as gold, Madam Speaker. One of the other things that I think is important to focus on is the lack of cell service. Here in this House, of course, we've all become significant reliant upon our cell phones, and to have cell phone service in the town of Truro, which is not big perhaps by downtown Toronto standards, but when you have 15,000 people to have one bar of service, it makes it very difficult. It was difficult to communicate with a leader because I couldn't have video and things like that. It significantly impacted search and rescue. Sadly, there was a young boy, 4 years old, who was lost in Pictou County, just adjacent to Colchester County, and the search and rescue teams pointed out very clearly that the need to have good cell phone service to coordinate a search and rescue operation just wasn't there, and that made their work much more difficult. And again, we know that this Liberal government promised after Hurricane Dorian that cell phone service to rural and remote areas would be significantly improved upon, and of course we know that here we are 3 years later, I guess, and that still, of course, is a significant issue and disproportionately affects those in Canada who choose to live in rural and remote areas. We believe that that is something that needs to be fixed expeditiously. You know what? The other thing that I really would like to expand upon is our neighbors from Central Maine Power. My father was a proud employee of New Brunswick Power, where I grew up for many years, and certainly during these storms, I remember very clearly him going out and helping out in the storms. He mainly was a ground crew guy because he was an office worker, but he was certainly happy to help out. We know that there's many reciprocal agreements that exist between New Brunswick and Maine and Nova Scotia and PEI. All those power crews work together to help support each other. Often as far as New York State, sometimes, of course, Madam Speaker, we know that when there's major hurricanes in Florida, that crews from our area will go all the way to Florida to help out. You know, to have volunteers saying, hey, you know what, we're going to come to Canada to help you, to have them stopped at the border, and then to have ministers of this House, and indeed, Madam Speaker, we heard today the Prime Minister misleading this House and contradicting what Premier Tim Houston was very clearly heard saying, because he actually requested federal help to get these workers from Central Maine Power across the border. Madam Speaker, this is an intolerable consequence of the ArriveCan app, which serves no purpose. I understand that those across the aisle really want to say, hey, don't worry about it, it's going to be over Saturday. That's too late. You know, this ArriveCan app needs to end now because it serves absolutely no purpose. One of the final things that we need to talk about, Madam Speaker, is the ongoing need for cleanup. You know, as I left my house, as I said this morning, mounds of brush that was needed to be picked up and limbs of trees that we'd cut down are still going to be there. We need to have folks locally understand that that brush is going to be picked up before another event happens. You know, when I left this morning, it was pouring rain, thunder and lightning. There was threat of a water spout coming up the Fundy, Bay of Fundy up into the Cobequid Bay. You could imagine if a water spout then made landfall with all of this brush piled up. We need to get this removed, and we need to have it moved quickly and effectively, and not at the cost of Atlantic Canadians. I think finally, Madam Speaker, there's two more things that I'd like to touch on. Of course, we need to thank those volunteer fire brigades who have been essential in creating centers for people to go and be able to charge their devices, to have a coffee, to have a sandwich, to have a place that's clean and warm and dry that they know that they can be a part of. And certainly that's an ongoing tie that binds small communities together, volunteer fire brigades. So a big shout out to them. And of course to first responders. Yeah, absolutely. And first responders, Madam Speaker, they continue to do their work through the difficult times, and we know that in other hurricanes, sadly, first responders have had their lives taken during the storm. So we're grateful that they were safe through this. Finally, absolutely. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the resilience of those of us who live in Atlantic Canada. It might seem like I'm patting my own self on the back, but it's certainly an absolute pleasure to be part of a community that binds itself together by volunteerism and by the ability to say, hey, you know what, I know how to handle a chainsaw, and I'm going to come out and I'm going to help my neighbor do that. We know that can-do attitude is really what helps propel Canada forward here at home and on the world stage as well. We know that Canadians garnered tremendous respect for the work that we've been able to do in past world wars, and I feel that this type of effort is coincident with that as well. You know, invite your neighbor in for a coffee if you have electricity. Give them a warm meal. Volunteer as you can. And make sure that you check in on your neighbors, those that are vulnerable, those that you know perhaps are struggling and will continue to do so. We know that we've been through this type of thing before. I'm very, very confident that we're going to come back better than ever. And I want to thank everybody here in the House for their confidence in Atlantic Canada and their ability to support us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks this evening, and I do share his sentiment about the way in which we work together in Atlantic Canada. Our communities step up for one another. He spoke about the importance of making sure that brush piles and the recleaning effort is undertaken right away. I was certainly relieved to see that there was Canadian Armed Forces on the ground in Nova Scotia working with local authorities. But my question is around agriculture. In Kings Hants, we are certainly what I would call the breadbasket or the agriculture heartland of Atlantic Canada, but I'll certainly share and recognize that Cumberland, Colchester certainly has an important agriculture community as well. One of the things that we worked hard over the weekend was, as members of Parliament, was to share with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness and the group that's working on the ground about the impacts. Would this honourable member share the impacts on the agriculture sector in Cumberland, Colchester to this House, such that we can make sure that we have a really important response in the days ahead? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Kings Hants as well for that important question. What we're going to know is that as time goes on, we're going to have a better idea in Cumberland, Colchester exactly what has happened. We're quite thankful that the blueberry harvest is already finished, which is a major economic driver. But we do know that there are folks there who are dairy farmers who continue to struggle at the current time. And as long as power is restored more quickly, then the likelihood of devastating effects with respect to that industry are lessened, of course. Some of the other things that we're in between season with, thankfully, with strawberries, we're in between seasons there as well, Madam Speaker, so that's somewhat of a help. But we also have to be considerate of how many trees are down on top of other crops, and that's going to be a difficult time as we move forward. I think that we need to be dynamic in our support here to understand that as we get more information, that those folks need to be supported quickly, and they need to be able to get funds out that are going to enable them to resume operations as quickly as possible with money in their own pocket.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in solidarity with farmers who are going through a difficult time. We must not forget that these producers are 3% of the population, but they feed everyone. And that shows how climate change and the consequences of climate change on climate and weather will also have an impact on our food, and how important it is to ensure a quick transition at the energy level. I'd like to hear responsible, viable, long-term proposals from my colleague for the energy transition.
Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for that question. I think it's important to understand that the Conservative Party is very much interested in technology and not taxes. And I think as we reflect upon the ability for this Liberal government to make changes that are impactful to the climate, we know that that is just not happening. We also understand that those of us who live in Atlantic Canada often live in more rural settings, often in single-family dwellings, and of course we often heat our homes with oil. That makes it much more difficult to make those transitions. We do know that greener energy here from our great friends from the great province of Alberta, it's important to understand that that's the greenest energy that we can produce in the world, and we need to be more reliant upon that. We need to also look at things like carbon capture and storage and understand how we may be able to better use that technology to improve the state of affairs that we have at the current time. And I think that as we look at those things as a comprehensive package, then we can understand that we can help Canadians move from exactly where they are into an important spot that is attainable, not into fantasy land.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. As somebody who was born in Newfoundland, moved out when I was 15, I was horrified to see the homes being washed out to sea in Port aux Basques. It's heartbreaking. I want to send my condolences and my thoughts out to all of our friends to the east. We know that this is yet another example of climate change, and these impacts are becoming more and more common. I'm curious if the member could comment as to why the leader did not once bring up climate change in his speech and instead suggested that a magic wand could miraculously solve the problems that we're seeing as a result of climate change.
Cumberland, Colchester, 15 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear anybody talk about a magic wand in here, perhaps except the Liberals, on how tripling the carbon tax is going to magically fix climate change. I'm really unsure how that's going to happen, Madam Speaker. You know, that being said, I think that it's been very clear, it's been spoken out loud multiple times in Canada and with a loud voice, that we know that climate change is real on this side of the House, and we have great plans and policies on how we're going to combat climate change to make it real for the average Canadian.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamity, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's meaningful for me to be here tonight because my region has really been affected by Hurricane Fiona. I want to once again offer my deepest condolences to the relatives of the victims in Newfoundland and Prince Edward Island. All of my thoughts are with the people affected by the hurricane. My party wants to express its solidarity once again with all those affected, and we are obviously willing to work with all parliamentarians, with all parties, with the government to ensure that the people of the Maritimes and Eastern Quebec receive appropriate assistance. There's a great feeling of helplessness tonight, but there is also a great feeling of solidarity. I think it is our duty as elected officials and civil society to give all of our support to the people affected.
The honourable members to take conversations to the lobby, please, so that we can hear the speech. Thank you.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's appreciated. Well, I was saying that we need to work together to collaborate and be proactive and set aside partisan barriers and work for the people in these exceptional circumstances. All weekend, my thoughts were with the people of Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands. I was in Gaspé myself, and the winds were more intense than usual. In Matane, there's a lot of wind, but this was something else. I want to once again thank everyone who is still lending a hand tonight. Firefighters, linemen. I'd like to greet my second dad, Mario, who's in Nova Scotia right now, to connect homes that lost power. The military, the Red Cross, the many volunteers of St. John's Ambulance, all of the people who have been helping since Friday. The Bloc Québécois announced earlier today a partnership with the Red Cross, as we did a little earlier in the month of May in solidarity with Ukraine. $35,000 were raised. So once again, we're counting on the generosity of Quebecers and all citizens to help the people who are in need. And I want to take time to thank the government, the federal government, that's been active and has collaborated over the weekend. I received a phone call from the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, updates from his team, showing that the government, at least in the short term, was ready to deal with the situation. They were available to communicate with the different levels of government, municipalities, provincial governments, and opposition parties as well. So I think in politics, we often criticize each other, but when something is done well, I think it's important to note it.
We must continue to work together. And I'd really like to pay tribute to the government for the work it did this last weekend. This proactive approach was absolutely necessary because the hurricane was devastating. There were sustained winds of 80 kilometers an hour, peaks between 90 and 120 kilometers an hour, and there was even a gust of 171 kilometers an hour recorded by Environment Canada in Nova Scotia. Southwestern Newfoundland was particularly hard hit. The winds gutted at least 20 homes in Port aux Basques, and hundreds of residents in the area had to be evacuated to safety. Prince Edward Island was also seeing a lot of destruction on Sunday, was seeing the extent of its destruction, rather. There were countless homes, businesses, and wharves that were severely damaged. The largest waves in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence were between 4 and 6 meters, and there were even waves of 10 meters measured east of the Gaspé Peninsula. Some peak waves were measured at 16 meters. The winds and waves damaged and even ravaged many buildings. They swept away houses, cars, and boats, things that often one works an entire life to obtain. The eastern part of Gaspé Peninsula was also heavily damaged. The Chateau du Buc in Chandler was engulfed by waves on Saturday. I'd like to tell you a little bit about this chateau. I can tell you that it hurts many Gaspésians to see that it was washed away. They saw that live, and the video has been circulated and shared by thousands of times on social media. Chateau du Buc is a heritage building and was a representative of Chandler's industrial history. Unfortunately, it was already in very poor condition because of previous storms and was at danger of being washed out to sea. Governments, various levels of governments, were unable to protect it in time, despite repeated requests from the communities. This struggle to restore the building began in 2016, 2017. Part of the chateau was already damaged, and the wall finally gave away in February 2021. There's a real lack of predictability from our governments, and this wall falling demonstrated it. For Gaspésie heritage, destruction of Chateau du Buc represented the collapse of a part of Chandler's history. And this was an important heritage asset. It was one of the remaining physical vestiges of the industrial era of the city, according to the organization president. The cities of Gaspé and Percé and the areas were also hard hit. The sea went right over the wharf in Rivière-au-Renard. Trees and electrical poles fell. The site of the Oktoberfest Gaspésian Festival in Percé was significantly damaged. The organizers announced the cancellation of the activities for the weekend. There was water and debris on Highway 132 in the sectors of La Martre, Marsouilles, Manche-de-Paix, and Gros-Morne, and there were also localized overflows, coastal overflows, due to the waves. Other areas of the Gaspé Peninsula were also affected. Strong winds felled trees on Route 198 between Murdochville and Gaspé, and on Highway 299 as well. And unfortunately, several cell coverage is not always present everywhere. Local actors are still on the alert, and the roads continue to be closely monitored by the Minister of Transportation of Quebec. As for the Magdalen Islands, the damage is even worse. Waves submerged the docks in several places, damaging boats. Dozens of builds were destroyed. In Havre-Aubert, for example, the shoreline was completely submerged. Almost all the houses along the shoreline were flooded. Winds tore off part of the roof of the Heritage Church in Saint-Pierre de la Vernière. of Saint-Pierre-de-la-Vergne, rather. The historic site of La Grave in Havre-Aubert, the Pointe-Basse Wharf and the Martinique sector saw a lot of flooding. The damage toll hasn't been calculated, but at least 37 people had to be evacuated. And fortunately, there were no deaths. The road network was restored last night, but Hydro-Quebec teams are on site and still reconnecting nearly 6,000 people. One of the two underwater telecommunications cables between the archipelago and the mainland was broken. The second link, however, held, which allowed the Magdalen Islanders to remain in direct communication with the rest of Quebec. But imagine, Madam Speaker, if both cables had been damaged, Islanders would have been left to their own devices. According to the interim mayor of the islands, there are tens of thousands of dollars in damages, unless there are a few more surprises in the coming days to be discovered. It's not easy, of course. Right now, it's not possible to check on water infiltration everywhere. Work on the Capomeux cliff to rebuild the cliff was well underway when Fiona hit, and the work site suffered damage estimated at between $150,000 and $200,000. As for the beach in the Havre-Aubert sector, where the work had already been done, there was already a breaker. It held up. It proved its effectiveness. There was some flooding. The water went over the shore, but nothing was destroyed. So we can say that the infrastructure was effective. This is the next step will be implement adaptation processes for future climate phenomena. The government of Quebec quickly offered help. It will compensate owners who were not insured, homeowners who were not insured. An office has been set up in the islands for the next few days, and they will be. These owners will have to contact the Quebec Public Safety Ministry on its website or by phone. Several cities have declared a state of emergency. At the municipal level, this emergency declaration allows the mayor to make financial decisions without approval of city council. And when emergency measures are declared, it's usually easier for citizens to access emergency assistance programs. Federally, I know that the government is on alert and has solutions on the table. I do know, however, that in the past, when such events occurred, wait times were often criticized. So I hope that this time the federal government will be on hand and not leave municipalities and provinces alone in this. In Maria, in my riding, it recently cost $10 million to clean up the effects of climate change for just a tiny kilometer of road. The energy shift will be expensive, it's true, but it will cost us much more if we don't do the transition now. We have many questions, Madam Speaker, following these activities. This event, rather. How is it that Eastern Canada was affected by a tropical storm? In an interview with CPAC earlier, I was asked about the link between Hurricane Fiona and climate change. This is a link I made in the House today. Well, in reality, you can't not make the connection between the two. There is a direct relation between global warming and extreme weather events. There is absolutely no question about it, and the experts have told us so. Data recorded over the last 50 years by the U.S. National Hurricane Center has showed a clear trend toward more intense hurricane events, and that since late 1990s. Scientists expect that with global warming, hurricanes will become more intense. More powerful winds, more intense rainfall will come with them, and that can be explained by the increase in the ocean temperature. This has been confirmed by experts of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in the August 2021 assessment. Madam Speaker, whether the current disaster is directly or indirectly related to climate change is not the point of the debate here tonight. The point is that extreme weather events and their effects on our lifestyles and societies will increase as a result of climate change, and the current disaster illustrates the changes that the world will face in the future. The increase in extreme weather events requires accelerated and enhanced public action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to control the global temperature rise, and we also need actions to adapt to the effects of climate change, such as infrastructure upgrades. I can only insist on the importance of making the energy transition a reality so that we can build a more resilient society. As early as summer of 2020, my political party developed proposals in this sense by publishing a Green Recovery Plan. This is because the regions of Quebec have needs in terms of adaptation to environmental change. Our regions are not immune to the devastating effects of natural disasters as we've seen today. We need to focus more on shoreline protection, and this is something the Bloc Québécois has been asking the government to address for years now. There used to be a federal program to fund shoreline protection. It was abolished and never reactivated. During the last election, the Bloc Québécois proposed the creation of a fund dedicated to the fight of shoreline erosion and an annual funding of $250 million. The funding must be recurrent and predictable. The fight against climate change must be based on both mitigation and adaptation to the impacts of change. The amount invested in the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund is insufficient to build infrastructure that will counter the negative effects of climate change. We're talking about $3 billion of over 10 years. The speech from the throne refers to investments to prevent and predict some of the negative effects of climate change and to a national adaptation strategy. This would be the first ever published by the Canadian government. The Minister of Environment was talking about this strategy last year at COP26. Almost a year later, nothing has been published. We don't know what the strategy is from the Canadian government when it comes to adaptation and resilience. Is it normal that in 2022, we still have no climate change adaptation strategy, even though we've seen several intense weather events, as once again we've seen this week? I think that more than ever, the government needs to get to work and table this plan so that it can be rapidly implemented to help our communities and help them make them more resilient. This will quickly become a priority. The minister knows it. I don't know what he's doing, why he's not acting immediately. The fact is, it's deplorable that the Liberal government boasts about fighting climate change, but doesn't implement changes needed to make the energy transition in Canada and to get out of fossil fuels. Today, what we're seeing is that it's not enough to repair the damage caused by climate incidents. To repair, rather, the damage, we must prevent climate incidents. And citizens are increasingly concerned. In my riding, citizens' committees are being formed to ask various levels of government to act now. A citizen with land in Métis-sur-Mer recently contacted my office to say that at least that the sea has gone 1 meter over the shoreline in the last year. Citizens of Sainte-Félicité, who have never been activists before, got together on Saturday last spring to take part in an event organized by a student interested in shoreline erosion. We cannot continue in good faith with a clear conscience to fund projects that exacerbate climate change. Today at the Indigenous Affairs Committee, the theme of the study was, are Indigenous communities ready and able to deal with natural disasters? Darcy Gray, chief of the Listugut community, recalled the painful memories of the 2018 flooding, which affected several homes. He also mentioned that the requirements for compensation so that the houses could be retrofitted make number of houses eligible for less compensation. And these events could happen again. Are we ready? No. Canada has long been criticized for not meeting its greenhouse gas reduction targets and continuing to massively subsidize the Canadian oil and gas industry rather than investing in renewable energy and the green economy. But the government is stubborn in its reliance on oil and gas and unable to announce the gradual reduction of production. There is, of course, the promise to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector, but this promise is not about phasing out coal, gas, and oil. It's about claiming these industries can be environmentally sustainable, reducing carbon intensity of their production. In other words, while the world transitions from a hydrocarbon energy regime to a renewable one, Canada and the Liberal government are transiting from hydrocarbons to hydrocarbons. How much money will Canada sink into helping polluters to pollute less rather than helping innovative countries to create the economy of the future. Canada's grey hydrogen strategy, the dubious promises of carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies have already left us with a hefty bill for Liberal inaction. We're already paying millions of dollars to develop unproven technologies that are years away from being ready, too late to help us meet our 2030 reduction target. And all this is so that we can continue to produce so-called cleaner gas and oil rather than making the real energy transition. Whether the current disaster is directly or indirectly related to climate change, Madam Speaker, is not the point of the debate, perhaps. But it is a reminder that we must prepare our communities as quickly as possible to deal with the effects of climate change, which will become increasingly severe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I have only one small question. If the member for Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia will help us hold the government accountable for delivering programs. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question in French. It's always appreciated. Of course, we're going to fight alongside with you to ensure that the government helps citizens who are affected by the devastating effects of Hurricane Fiona. But what I would like to hear from, as a commitment from our Conservative Party colleagues, is to agree to make the government put actions in place to prevent climate change and prevent these devastating events from happening. After the winter we've seen in the Magdalen Islands, I can tell you that the citizens have really been hit hard. We need solid infrastructure in the islands, and I would like to be able to count on the Conservative members' support.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks here tonight. I just want to correct the record. She had really articulated that the Government of Canada had no strategy or no plan to deal with climate-resilient infrastructure. And respectfully, I just don't think that's indeed the case. The program would be the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. And the way in which it works, it's a multi-billion-dollar fund that works directly with provinces or municipal governments to be able to deliver federal dollars to meet local concerns and needs. The member opposite, of course, sits in a sovereigntist party that often talks about jurisdiction and making sure that we devolve those decisions to local government. Here's one example where the Government of Canada is doing exactly that, and I didn't hear her recognize that in her remarks. I'm wondering if she could comment.
The member for Avignon-Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be delighted to correct my colleague. I was talking about the National Adaptation Strategy, which the Ministry of Environment announced last year, re-announced at COP26, where I was present, and this strategy has not yet been published. We hope to see it before the end of the year. According to the Ministry of Environment's site, which I just consulted, this is when it will arrive. I agree that perhaps there were smaller investments made, but they were not large enough for us to be able to be resilient, confidently resilient for the future events. As I was saying earlier, in 2022, I think it's more than time that we receive this adaptation strategy was published, because cities and towns in Quebec are already facing the effects of climate change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member so much for their speech tonight. The member talked about vital telecommunication infrastructure and other infrastructure loss and the need for that proactive move into the energy transition. So my question is about the energy transition. What does the Bloc feel is the barrier for this government to start moving on energy transition and stop investing in fossil fuel expansion projects?
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. There are no obstacles except a lack of political courage. The government has all the tools it needs, and it has a former environmental activist as the Minister of Environment. It knows exactly what it needs to do to reduce greenhouse gases. We can do our part on the international stage. If we look at Quebec, for example, which has been using renewable energies for a very, very long time, there's really no reason that we can't have renewable energies elsewhere.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to particularly thank my colleague from Avignon Métis, La Métis Matin Matapédia. I completely agree with her. It's not believable that we're speaking of this terrible hurricane without mentioning the cause of it, that is climate change and our dependence on fossil fuels. Waves tearing apart, pulling houses into the sea. It was like something out of a science fiction movie. It defied belief, and yet it was true. Currently, we have a level of climate change that is less than we'll see in the future, tomorrow even. And the ocean temperature to the south of Nova Scotia has increased because of the climate change. It's a warmer ocean that has increased the intensity of hurricanes and made them more destructive. I'd simply like to ask the member if she agrees that we must stop relying on fossil fuels as soon as possible and at the same time set up a system of adaptation. The government needs to have the courage to do so. The honourable member for Avignon Le Métis Matin Matapédia. I completely agree with everything my colleague said, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the Bloc Québécois is in agreement, and we've been proposing this for so long. It's time to get out of fossil fuels. There are other solutions. It's not as if nothing else is available, if there is no other option. And we can have a fair transition. This is what workers and communities are asking. They know there will be sacrifices, and they are ready to make them. If the government, however, does not want to act, and communities and provinces can't act either. So truly, the federal government has to make a commitment, and one of the commitments that could be made as of now would be to stop subsidizing fossil fuel. Not only is Canada promoting these fuels, but it's continuing to take taxpayer money and invest it in these fossil fuel companies that are making millions of dollars on taxpayers' backs. The federal Liberal government needs to be more courageous. It says it's a partner in fighting climate change. The honourable member for Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several of us, my colleagues and others across the aisle, have mentioned that these hurricanes have become more intense because of warmer oceans. And we'll just remember that we're talking about the North Atlantic Ocean. We're also seeing tornadoes more frequently, worse tornadoes in Canada, in Quebec, in Gatineau. Gatineau was hit by a tornado. My colleague also mentioned in her speech that we're dealing with the consequences of these hurricanes, but there will still be more to come. And we'll be dealing with the effects economically, and the tourism industry will also be hit hard by these hurricanes. Could she please talk about the impact of these climate change events on our economy and on tourism? The honourable member for Avignon Le Métis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is the tourism critic. She happened to visit my riding this summer. What people like to do tourists like to do is go around the Gaspé Peninsula. That's something that really makes our region attractive to tourists. There is only one highway to do this loop, however, the 132, and it was the waves washed over it. In the past, we've had to rebuild the 132, this very route that tourists use to go around the Gaspé Peninsula. So, and if the highway is damaged, it will have a tremendous impact on the tourism industry. Of course, locals also need to be able to use this highway for security reasons, for supplies. I spoke of my town earlier. It's very close to the Parc de la Gaspésie, and currently there's no services along that road. Trees have fallen in the area. So climate change does have a major impact on tourism. The government is already aware of all this, has the tools to make a difference and to proceed with adaptation.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'd like to thank my parliamentary colleagues because tonight we're talking about the impact that Hurricane Fiona has had on Atlantic Canada, and I certainly recognize Eastern Quebec as well. I want to start by recognizing that I'll be sharing my time this evening, Madam Speaker, with my honourable colleague from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Madam Speaker, it was difficult to try to prepare exactly how best to be able to tackle this debate tonight, given the gravity of what we're still seeing on the ground in Atlantic Canada. Yes, as an Atlantic Canadian Member of Parliament, I am here, but many of my colleagues are not. They are actually at home dealing directly in their ridings. They're working with their constituents to be able to address the real severe consequences of Hurricane Fiona that found its way to our shores starting Friday night and has carried on throughout the weekend. I suspect that many of us, both in this House and indeed Canadians that are watching at home, have seen the really gut-wrenching images across the region, whether it was in Port aux Basques, where individuals' houses were finding their way into the ocean, and unfortunately where a woman has passed away, whether or not it's in Prince Edward Island, where massive trees, hundreds of years old, are ripped down almost like with toys play. That is the velocity and the ferocity that this particular hurricane has presented itself with. There remains across the region a number of residents who are without power, who indeed would have no hope of even watching this debate here tonight because they're worried about trying to keep their house warm. They're worried about trying to make sure that they have the supplies needed to get forward. And before I go too much further, Madam Speaker, let me thank the first responders and those volunteers and professionals who are on the ground doing all that they can to help support those who are in need to be able to clean up from this significant storm. I had the opportunity to be in my riding yesterday. J'ai parlé avec les certains travailleurs.
I spoke with some workers from Quebec, from Hydro-Quebec. It should be said that many utility companies from Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Maine, Quebec, and even Ontario were working together.
The way in which, of course, we as Canadians come together, and I really want to thank those who are working, who are away from their own families, to be there to make sure that our families at Atlantic Canada are protected. I hope to use my time tonight, Madam Speaker, to cover three distinct areas. One, I will talk about the impact in my riding of King's Hants. I stand here not wanting to sound disingenuous because the impact was significant, it was severe, but it really does pale in comparison to northern Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, the Prince Edward Island, and western Newfoundland. And I will talk about those three distinct areas, and obviously the Magdalen Islands in Quebec as well. I will speak to those areas in a moment, but just a little bit in King's Hants. I was fortunate enough to get home last week, just before the storm arrived from my work here in Ottawa. We sustained winds around 130 kilometers an hour at its peak in Kings Hants, and having been at home, the house was shaking, and we have a relatively new home in a new area in our community, and you could just, frankly, we didn't get much sleep, and I know many people across Atlantic Canada have not. We've seen significant trees damaged, which of course falling on electricity lines have put a lot of people out of power. Some of that is returning in my riding. In fact, by and large, it is returned, but there are some that still do not have power. They're hoping to be either perhaps tomorrow night or Wednesday before they're fully connected. I often speak, Madam Speaker, about the agriculture sector in Kings Hants, and when you think about the Annapolis Valley, it was mentioned in the House today during question period about the significant fruit growing industry and apple orchards that we have. This is the harvest season for those particular fruits and varieties. Had the opportunity to be with Andrew Bishop of Noggins Corner Farms. I visit Alex Sarsfield and Dave Power. These are farmers in my riding yesterday to see the damage. It is significantly better than Hurricane Dorian. In some instances, almost across the entire industry, Madam Speaker, there was 90% of apples that had fallen from the trees that would no longer be marketable in the same way that they would had they been picked off the trees. In many cases, that is not, thankfully, not the case in the Annapolis Valley. There are some significant damages on certain farms. Telecommunications, the first 36 to 48 hours, Madam Speaker, it was very difficult to be able to make a phone call, to be able to send a text message. I remember waking up Saturday morning to be able to survey some of the damage and wanted to get around in my riding to engage with my community to see how best we could help at the Government of Canada level, of course with different local authorities, even the conference call that the Minister of Emergency and Prepared Services had arranged, I was unable to participate because of the fact that that cellular connection was not in place. And I understand that this is a nuanced subject, that this is challenging for telecommunications, but I do think it has to be one of the lessons learned from Hurricane Fiona about how best our telecoms can make sure in the event when power goes out and internet is not available, many people do not have a landline anymore. It is their cell phone that is their connection to their community, to emergency services. What can we do to make sure that those cell towers stay up as long as possible, notwithstanding we know that service will not be perfect because of the nature of these types of storms. Madam Speaker, Northern Nova Scotia, it's certainly my colleague, the Minister of Immigration and the MP for Central Nova. We've seen some of the pictures of the impacts on the farming and forestry agriculture, in forestry infrastructure, I should say, in that particular part of Nova Scotia. Sydney was hit particularly hard, and although I'm happy to report to the House that the member from Sydney, Victoria, has let us know in our Nova Scotia caucus that power has been returned in his community. I know that Prince Edward Island, for example, is still struggling to be able to get the lights on. I don't have a current update as of today, but I know that we're continuing to work in that domain. And of course, in Port aux Basques, I don't have words for it, Madam Speaker. I think the number is certainly over 25. I think about the Member of Parliament from Long Range Mountains and our Minister of Rural Economic Development who's on the ground. If she's watching today, I want to make sure that she knows that we're thinking of her. And because to lose 25 houses and to lose a member of your community in that fashion, words can't, I can't say anything today that is going to give justice to what that means. But I want to talk about what we're doing in terms of responding, and it's really under three major elements. The Canadian Armed Forces are already on the ground in Atlantic Canada. They have been supported as the provinces put forward requests. We were there to help support, and I give credit to the Minister of Defence for mobilizing those folks to be able to help with the cleanup. The member from Cumberland, Colchester, talked about how important that is. I agree, and that's exactly why, and actually impressively, within 48 hours, we have Canadian Armed Forces on the ground helping to support. Tip of the cap to them tonight, Madam Speaker. Red Cross contribution, certainly through the Canadian Red Cross, the Government of Canada for the next 30 days is going to match private contributions. That's an important program. I suspect the government may be open to extending that window depending on the circumstances and the extent of the damage once that is assessed in the days ahead. But really welcome that measure and the fact that it was rolled out very quickly. Finally is the Disaster Financial Arrangements Program. So, for example, Madam Speaker, there was a $5 billion package which the Government of Canada helped work and roll out with the Government of British Columbia when we saw those atmospheric rains and the major impact in the interior of British Columbia. That is a model that the Atlantic provinces and indeed the Government of Quebec, if they choose to do so, can enact, where the Government of Canada will work to be there to help with the repairs and to help with the rebuilding of communities. And I just want people at home, if you do happen to be able to watch this debate tonight, know that the Government of Canada is going to be there to help support the rebuild of your community. We are going to roll out these programs as soon as possible. We know that there will be logistical challenges. We think about rural communities and capacity. Having the construction company and the labor to be able to make this happen, it will not happen overnight. But we will be there, and we will be steadfast in working with members of Parliament in this House, provincial governments, local authorities to make that happen. Finally, I just want to talk about, was it 1 minute, Madam Speaker? Okay, 1 minute that I have left. If I had more time and perhaps a member can ask me about the agriculture impact as the chair of the Agriculture Committee, I'd be happy to do so. But my key conclusion is that we will be there, the Government of Canada, and I know all members of Parliament will support those initiatives for us to be there with communities on the ground in Atlantic Canada. And now is an important time when we look about rebuilding of certain communities that have been the most hardest impact, to make sure that there is a lens on making sure that that infrastructure is climate resilient. And I know that word can be really cliche, Madam Speaker, but it's making sure that what we build back, whether it be houses, arenas, schools, is going to make sure it can withstand future storms. I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to hear the member for Kings Hence's report about the better situation this time than Dorian for the apple growers. Indeed, that's really good news. It was a large issue. The member for Kings Hence talked about the trouble getting cell phone service, and we know after Dorian this was a big issue, huge issue. The cell phone tower batteries actually died, and we actually had no cell phone service. And at that time, Federal Public Safety Minister Ralph Goodale was in Nova Scotia and was getting an earful from Nova Scotians about that. And his response was that, I hear you, I understand, they're a necessity now, but if you've got a complaint, you really should complain to the CRTC. And it doesn't appear that anything was done to improve the situation, because here we are 3 years later, and we've still got the same issue happening.
Well, member for Kings Hence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's Bay for the question. I think it's a really important one because, as I mentioned, I think of a number of individuals that don't have landline service, that aren't able to be connected, and if the electricity goes out, that is their true lifeline from a pure public safety sense. So I am aware of Hurricane Dorian. It was before my time in Parliament with the minister he mentioned, in particular with the Honourable Ralph Goodale. But I do think now is the time for all parliamentarians to be asking those questions. I'll give the benefit of the doubt, or I'll certainly want to, that telecommunication companies are working in earnest to be able to improve this. But if not, that's our job as parliamentarians, whether it's through the mechanisms of committee, whether or not it's engaging with the minister when he's back from Japan with the funeral of the Prime Minister there. Those are the questions we can ask, and I think they are important ones so that we can make sure we avoid this situation moving forward.
Commentaires, questions and comments? Honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconoget. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I can assure him that we will collaborate sincerely. He knows that under normal circumstances and also in extraordinary circumstances, which we are noting today in the last few days, I'd like him to speak a bit more of the impact on the agricultural world when this hurricane swept through his region. What steps can be taken to quickly support farmers? I'm interested in his member for Kings Heads.
My colleague knows that normally I would love to engage him in French, but this hour at night and this subject with a lot to handle, I'm going to just say in English. Look, we are still assessing the damage in Atlantic Canada. I know Prince Edward Island in particular, its corn crop has been extremely impacted. A number of supply managed barns, dairy and poultry have had major structural damage. So these are programs that we have to be able to put in place. I mentioned the disaster finance arrangements program. That is an extraordinary program that could be established for a whole host of industries, including agriculture. So my honourable colleague would know about agri-recovery, about different programs that are cost-shared with the province and the Government of Canada as it relates to agriculture specifically. But we do have mechanisms on extraordinary costs above and beyond that. And I think this might be a time that we have to evaluate whether or not that's indeed the case so we can get that support right away. But again, I want to manage expectations. When we talk about rebuilding of barns, we have a labor shortage right now in this country. We have to be mindful that it is not going to be easy, particularly in rural communities, to have the capacity to build this overnight, but we'll get to work right away.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. And I just wanted to talk about the experience that I've had in my riding in Grand Forks, where we had flooding in 2018. The regional district there has done a study as to what could have and should have been done better to help the recovery process. And the two things they came up with was the things that hindered the recovery, the rebuilding process, were the inflexibility of the federal government in taking into account local solutions. The local governments were putting forward innovative solutions that would have helped people quicker at lower cost, but federal government programs just were totally inflexible. And 4 years later, the city of Grand Forks is still waiting for money, for the full amount of money that was guaranteed to them. And they're very frustrated.
Honourable member for Kings Hants, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member because he played a role in helping make sure tonight's debate happened. A couple things. I heard him reference this question particularly earlier, and I thought one of the unhinging, or the problem was actually the 20% contribution from local government, which is another aspect here. Yes, the Government of Canada has to provide financial support, but it has to be in cooperation with different levels of government. I'm not familiar with the particular case. So I can certainly stand here today and say anytime the Government of Canada can work collaboratively in supporting provinces and local governments, I think it's important. My understanding of how these programs are designed to work is that the province actually sets the parameters of how this works. We can work, but I'm happy to take this conversation offline and see what lessons can be learned.
So, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am rising today to speak about how Hurricane Fiona has impacted my home region of Atlantic Canada, and about how our government is supporting Atlantic Canada through what may be the worst storm we've seen in our history. My heart goes out to the loved ones, the friends, the communities of those who have been lost due to this terrible storm. And I want to recognize those who have lost their homes, lost their sanctuaries. You are in my thoughts, and I know that all orders of government in every affected province will stand together, work together, and support you and your families through this incredibly challenging time. I also want to say, respectfully, that now is not the time for political games. I've heard more than a few members, some who don't normally say much about Atlantic Canada, who are choosing to bring hyper-partisan politics into this incredibly important discussion about the impact of Hurricane Fiona on Atlantic Canadians. Now is not the time. Now is not the time. Now is the time, however, to work together and to support those who have been affected by this brutal storm. Now is the time to recognize the incredible challenges that many residents in my home region of Atlantic Canada are facing due to this hurricane. And now is the time to show Atlantic Canadians how we can put partisan politics aside and work together on their behalf. Madam Speaker, Atlantic Canadians are incredibly resilient. We heard many Atlantic Canadians say that tonight. We know how to prepare for storms. We batten down the hatches. We make sure we have supplies on hand. But it is clear that storms are getting more and more severe, and Hurricane Fiona ripped through the best laid plans and preparations made by so many residents. And I don't believe that anyone can say all of the ways that this storm has impacted Atlantic Canada yet, or everything that is needed yet. Today's debate, Madam Speaker, respectfully, seems premature, as the winds are still strong in parts of Atlantic Canada, and as we stand here in this place, provinces are still working hard to determine just what needs to be done and how our government can best assist their efforts. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that leading up to this storm, during the storm, and now in its aftermath, our government has been there to support the provinces. We've been in constant communication with the premiers from affected provinces, because when the provinces need our help, our government must answer the call. Our government received requests for help from Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and PEI, and swiftly mobilized Canadian Armed Forces personnel and equipment to assist. I want to thank the Prime Minister, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and the Minister of National Defence for moving faster than the speed of light. Joint Task Force Atlantic, the 5th Canadian Division, Canadian Rangers, the Reserves, Royal Canadian Air Force aircraft and crew, Royal Canadian Navy ships, and more are all ready to support. In my home province of Nova Scotia, the Canadian Army Reconnaissance Team has already been on the ground in Cape Breton, viewing and evaluating damage and determining how best the military can assist. The province is leading the way, and the Canadian Armed Forces are ready to help them with everything from bridges and roads to helping to re-establish electricity. At the request of the province, as I speak, the HMCS Margaret Brooke is sailing from St. John's to conduct wellness checks in 4 communities on the south coast of Newfoundland. And the Canadian Armed Forces will assist on the ground in Newfoundland, working with local authorities to ensure the well-being and safety of residents in the province. At the request of Prince Edward Island, the Canadian Armed Forces are there to help remove trees and other debris from roadways so workers can get the lights back on across that province. They'll also help repair roadways as needed, from debris removal and clearing roads to conducting flyovers to assess damage and checking in on those most vulnerable. The Canadian Armed Forces are ready to support the provinces in their efforts to help those hit hard by this brutal storm. Thank you so much to the Canadian Armed Forces personnel who are working hard to support Atlantic Canada, and for those who are on the way. Now, Madam Speaker, we recognized Military Family Appreciation Day earlier this week, but I want to thank the military families of those who are deployed to communities in Atlantic Canada and those who are also, as I said, on their way. I know that military families are often forgotten, but you are so important and you so deserve our gratitude. You have my gratitude. And I know that many of you are in Atlantic Canada and perhaps are struggling with some of the challenges others are facing. So thank you for all you do. I mentioned before that Atlantic Canadians are resilient, and other members across the aisle have said that as well this evening, Madam Speaker. I think that this attitude shines through in the incredible acts of kindness that we are seeing in all of our communities. In my riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, businesses like Stone Pizza or Chinoi's Pasta are giving away free hot meals to folks in needs, like those without power. Others have been giving away hot coffee or providing places for folks to charge their phones. When people see power crews arriving from outside the province, they've been cheering and thanking them for their help. They're even offering them hot drinks and snacks along the way. Neighbors with power have been setting up charging stations on their lawns with seating and hot coffee to support them while they're charging their phones to the people in my community with no power. I'm one of them. My family's home today, not able to watch this because we have no power. And of course, no one is more popular right now. I think this was mentioned earlier tonight as well by the member from across the way. The gangs of chainsaw owners who are volunteering to help people with their many downed trees. To all Canadians who may be listening, who may be able to listen to these speeches tonight, I want you to know that our government is matching donations to the Canadian Red Cross through the Hurricane Fiona appeal. If you are able, your donations will help those who may have lost their homes or are in need of humanitarian assistance. I would like to end by thanking those who have been working so hard during and after the storm to help. from the first responders and volunteers to the healthcare workers and to the power crews, and to the helpers who are seen throughout all of our communities. People who in times of crisis do everything they can to help each other out. Thank you for all that you're doing to make this terrible situation as bright as it can be. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour and his excellent presentation. You know, he has, if I understand it, both an urban mixed riding as well as an important fishing community in his riding. After Dorian, within a week, the federal government had supplied in Nova Scotia 700 soldiers to help the clearing of the trees and the power lines, which is still the most important and major issue going on right now, at least in our province, so we can get power back. But the government's only provided 100 currently, and I'm wondering if the member would comment on why the differentiation when the devastation arguably is just as dramatic, if not more.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member who has one of the most beautiful ridings in all of Canada. I spend an awful lot of time in the South Shore of Nova Scotia. I will tell you that the federal government responds to requests from provinces. The province makes the request to the federal government, and I will tell you that the ministers that I mentioned in my speech moved at the speed of light, Madam Speaker, to get those requests filled, and boots are on the ground. Numbers, I can't speak to fluctuation of numbers, but what I can say is that every request that has been made of the federal government has been listened to, heard, and provided. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I agree with him. As I mentioned earlier, the government was well prepared, at least in the short term, over this past weekend, collaborating with the various stakeholders on the ground. What I'm concerned about is the preparation for the medium and long haul. As I said earlier, everything is interrelated. Greenhouse gas emissions, fossil fuels, this is directly linked to a rise in global temperature, which is by extension linked to a rise in oceanic temperatures, which is leading to extreme weather events. So yes, we have to be ready in the short term, but also in the mid and long term. And I wonder if he agrees with me. In order to achieve this, in order to make a real difference on the world stage, his government, Canada, shouldn't it take steps to further combat climate change, to stop funding big oil and big gas and fossil fuels, to further cut our greenhouse gas emissions? Does he agree that we're not doing enough for the long term?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. In fact, she has a long title in her writing, and I wrote it down because I listened to her speech very closely. And when I spoke about using politics within speeches with crises like Hurricane Fiona, that member posed suggestions. That member came up with ideas. And I want to single out the member from Avignon, La Métis Matin, Matapedia, because her speech was the least partisan, least political speech that I've heard this evening, and I want to thank her for that. And as far as climate change action, you're speaking to the choir. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for West Kootenays, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. And just to follow up on the theme of planning ahead, again, in my riding, we've had serious disasters around flooding, especially, also fires. And one of the issues that really constrains us in responding to those is the fact that there is no available housing in my riding before there's a fire or a flood. And suddenly we may have hundreds of people that have been evacuated from their homes with nowhere to go, and people who've lost homes who want to stay in the riding and there's nowhere to go. And I'm just wondering if he can comment on the need for some real serious planning ahead about getting affordable housing built in Canada so that we won't have these serious constraints when it comes to a disaster.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. It's no secret in this House. You ask every member in this House if housing is one of the #1 issues in the country, and it absolutely is. We need to come forward with large numbers of affordable housing. We need all types of housing stock. That's not necessarily related to the conversation we're having tonight about the crises in Atlantic Canada. So I want to take just a quick moment, if I could, to single out a few people back home who are probably working in this very moment. The Mayor of Halifax, Mike Savage, has been day and night at the EOC looking after the folks in HRM. The Mayor of CBRM has been astonishing through this crisis. And I will say that the local MLAs of all parties, the local councillors, all of the folks from all orders of government have been wonderful to deal with, where their first concern is taking care of those displaced and taking care of those who have lost their homes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my fan. Two of them. Rise tonight to speak in the emergency debate of our situation in Atlantic Canada as a result of Hurricane Dorian. For those in the House and Fiona, sorry, Dorian, I'm fixated on the last one in the last question. So those who have not been through this situation, in the last 20 years of my current residence in the South Shore of Nova Scotia, I've had 4 hurricanes and a number of tropical storms hit. So besides the storm chips that everybody buys, there's a number of routines, unfortunately, that we get into and to prepare for it, and then once it happens. So when you're in the country and on a well and on a septic system, there are a few things you have to do. You have to fill the bathtub with water so that you can use the water to flush the toilet. You have a generator. If you have one of the big fancy ones, maybe it covers your whole house. If you're like me, we've got a generator that'll help power and keep the refrigerator going, and maybe our microwave. And you have to fill it every once in a while. And one of the hazards of this job I'm finding, since this is my first term, is my wife's at home in this situation now, having to fill the generator with gas and keep it going and do all of those things you have. Nova Scotia Power came down our street. I live on St. Margaret's Bay, the bay, that some of you may not know. It's where Peggy's Cove is. Nova Scotia Power came down the street today because we don't have power. We lost it at midnight on Friday night. And looked at the devastation of the trees on our street, on all the power lines, including my property. They had said 11 o'clock tonight was when the power was coming back. They said, well, we're not going to fix this street today. There's too much work. This is the worst street in St. Margaret's Bay. We'll be back in the next day or two. We've got to replace lines, all kinds of things. So it's a very difficult time, and the power that is limited affects everything and things you don't think of. And the calls I was making in my riding on the weekend, I talked to a family whose the mother had a stroke, and they had to rush her into the hospital. And the hospital didn't have enough power to run the MRI machine. So they could make assumptions, they could give her medication, but they couldn't do all the things that we would normally expect you would get when you're in such a serious situation because a hospital's running on emergency power. My good friend, our doctor colleague for Cumberland and Colchester, has I'm sure seen this many times in the hospitals when he's dealt with having to deal with these storms in his riding in his previous life. And the member for Kings Hants spoke a little earlier about the agriculture impact. In his riding and in Cumberland Colchester, we have a thriving grape growing industry. We make some of the best wines in Canada, and we were just getting a report from one of the largest of the wineries that 20% of the grapes are on the ground, that because of the limited power, once again, he only has 25% power, so they can't do the harvest of the remaining grapes, which is a problem for the business at this time of the year, given the damage that some of the vines sustained with the wind and the trees, and the processing facilities having challenges with the roof. But so those are some of the flavors of sort of what the local thing is like. Everyone in the streets getting together on my street. The guys are getting the chainsaws out and helping where they can, because every guy I know, including me, if there's a chance to use the chainsaw, they will, and they are. But besides all of those, you know, the ways we band together in these kinds of crises and things that go on in sort of that way that we do in Atlantic Canada and most of Canada when these things happen, there are some really difficult things. And I would like to begin by sending my condolences to the families of those who've lost their lives in this storm. A 73-year-old woman, as we know, from Port aux Basques, with reports of waves on average of 10 meters. I've had reports. I was phoning the fishing communities on the weekend throughout Newfoundland, PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, and some of the unsubstantiated, but the folks that I spoke to in southwest Newfoundland, the fishing community, said the occasional wave came in that was 30 meters high into the southwest. So that helps explain why you see some of the devastation, and we feel for the family of a woman who's been lost at sea and found. We found out today in my riding, Lower Prospect, the member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour will know where Lower Prospect is, that one of my constituents is now missing and presumed to have been washed out to sea. They haven't found him yet. So on top of that, obviously homes have been destroyed by the flooding and by trees, mainly trees. Power's still out. Hundreds of thousands of people in Nova Scotia alone. My understanding, the latest update of the 82,000 homes in Prince Edward Island, 80,000 of them still don't have power. Most of their power comes from New Brunswick. And my thoughts obviously remain with my fellow Nova Scotians and all Atlantic Canadians who are still reeling and dealing with this disaster. And as I mentioned in the House earlier today in question period or in my Standing Order 31, Hurricane Fiona was not the first hurricane to hit Atlantic Canada. Like I said, I've experienced 4 in the last 20 years, but there have been over 30 since 1951, quite a few before that, dating back as early as, science on this one was a little tough, but 1775. Tropical storms, extratropical storms, and we know how to prepare for these. But I'll give you an example. You know, there's a couple of famous ones that happened if you're close to the fishing community. There were the gales, as they called them, of 1926 and 1927, where over 300 fishermen were killed on the Grand Banks when 2 hurricanes came in. One landed, its landfall was in Yarmouth. Another one was in Port Hawkesbury. That was in 26-27. Hurricane Cindy in 1959. It moved ashore in New Brunswick. There are similar ones throughout the decades that we can talk about. In 1950, Hurricane Abel went ashore on Goodwood in Halifax, which is also in my riding. The 1940, there was one that was called the Nova Scotia Hurricane, and it went ashore in Lockport in my riding. So we have these. They are growing in intensity, but we've have them for the centuries. We've been having these kind of storms in Atlantic Canada, and they always bring tragedy. But Fiona was different in the sense that it was geographically larger. So when Hurricane Juan, and I was in the South Shore when Hurricane Juan hit in 2003, when Hurricane Juan hit, it was intense, but it was compact. And it moved fast through the region. It did a lot of devastation at midnight on a high tide, in a full moon, all of those things. If you had seen the Halifax waterfront, it was destroyed. But this one was larger and slower moving, and so the winds stayed around longer. And that way, the winds being around longer, the hurricanes affect the ocean in 2 ways, the waves, the surges you see. One is that the power actually moves water, and then the wind also pushes the waves. It's sort of a double impact that you see happening. So when it is more sustained over a period of time like that, you get more intense waves, which is what happened with Fiona. So I would also like to reiterate our leader's comments from earlier today when he asked the Prime Minister how we, as opposition members, can best support Atlantic Canadians who are in dire need right now. And everyone not only in this House, but all Canadians can help us. And I must express my gratitude to the federal government for their constant communication with opposition MPs and their rapid response to requests for military assistance. I would also like to thank the municipal leaders in my community that I've spoken to for their diligent work in communicating over the past few days with me, but also with their residents about how to be prepared and what to do afterwards in providing services to our residents. We can all get better results from our constituents when we work together and keep open lines of communication. In times like this, we depend on the power workers who work around the clock to restore operations as quickly as possible. Never before have we seen this many downed power lines, which pose a threat to workers and the public. It could be weeks before some of Nova Scotia power workers get a full 8-hour sleep, I suspect, and we owe them our thanks. On top of that, we are welcoming more than 300 power workers from other provinces, and even, as we've heard earlier, power workers from New England, which is our tradition in Atlantic Canada of supporting New England and they supporting us in times of crisis. Atlantic Canadians have a reputation of helping out our friends in need, and we always get that same treatment from other parts of the country. Additionally, I want to extend my appreciation to the police, paramedics, firefighters, Coast Guard, and members of our armed forces for everything that they are doing to keep our communities safe and to try and help us rebuild. And in typical maritime fashion, the community is coming together in light of the disaster. Warming centers and evacuation shelters are being staffed and supplied by generous donations. Nova Scotians are tough, and the character of our communities is most present in times of tragedy such as this. As we start to rebuild, I know that the resolve Nova Scotians and Atlantic Canadians have will not be diminished. I have been impressed with many groups, organizations who have swiftly begun assessing the damages of the storm. In Atlantic Canada, that includes industry groups representing many of our farmers, fishers, forestry workers, all of whom are reeling from the damage. Of course, in coastal communities in Atlantic Canada, big storms always pose a threat to our wharves and small craft harbors. I've heard reports from constituents and people in coastal communities around the region about the extent of the damage they have witnessed at wharves. I have talked to mayors in Newfoundland. I have talked to ministers in PEI. I have talked to the fishing associations in New Brunswick to understand the early assessment. Now, a lot of those groups, like a lot of what's gone on, are really only getting on the water now and getting out to see the extent of the damage to our wharfs, to the fishing gear, to the farms, because it's relatively safe to do so now, bar running into down power lines. And I've spoken over the weekend and today with the Maritime Fishermen's Union, the FFAW Unifor in Newfoundland, and the PEI Fishermen's Association in my capacity as Shadow Minister for Fisheries. They have conveyed to me the situation in southwest New Brunswick is serious, that the North Shore wharves and PEI have had major damage, and we have seen the destruction in southwest Newfoundland as well, which is complete and devastating. I've had reports from fishermen in PEI that they hauled their boats in preparation from the storm, and when they went to see their boats, it's not there anymore. I've had fishermen tell me that their shed where they store their gear, their halibut gear, their lobster gear, is completely gone. I know that the New Brunswick fishermen are out in the water today and tomorrow trying to find their lobster gear in the fishing areas that they are. They left their gear in the water, so that will be a big challenge. So, as David Sansom, president of the Redhead Harbour Authority in PEI said, our lower wharf, the tide bumped so high that it pulled it right out and destroyed it. And our east wharf this evening, the tide came up and lifted it right out of where it was secured. Just everything is loose and everything is unusable at this point. On top of that, gear has been lost. Some fishers will lose out on days, if not weeks, of fishing due to the infrastructure damage, maybe even a season. PEI summer lobster season is ongoing, as is New Brunswick's. But as we await the assessment of damaged wharf, it looks like some fishermen may not get back out this season. They have 3 weeks left in the season. That's why the Fisheries Minister must take a serious look at extending resources, extending the seasons in those communities. And keep in mind the severe financial setback the hurricane is causing fishing families. The Department of Fisheries must also immediately begin to prepare plans to repair wharfs under their jurisdiction and to expedite permits and get vessels back at the docks as quickly as possible. As FFAW Unifor, which represents many inshore fishers in Newfoundland, said about southern Newfoundland, they issued a news release this morning on the situation. If you'll bear with me, I'll just read the brief release that they put out this morning. They said, professional fish harvesters on the southwest coast of the province are left reeling after post-tropical storm Fiona made landfall in the area on Friday and Saturday. The damage left in Fiona's wake has impacted multiple enterprises, leaving significant damage to gear, boats, motors, and sheds. FFAW Unifor is seeking financial support from the federal and provincial governments to assist these inshore harvesters in their rebuilding efforts. The damage from Fiona has been felt in particular by folks located between La Poile and Port aux Basques. Some inshore harvesters have lost all their gear, motors, boats, and sheds, just washed away with the storm. As small-scale operators, they have no financial recourse through traditional insurance channels, and we are therefore asking for financial relief from our federal and provincial government, explained FFAW Unifor Secretary-Treasurer Jason Spingle. Support following hurricanes and tropical storms has been provided to inshore harvesters in the past, and we expect that Fiona will be no different. These fish harvesters will require financial help to replace their lost investment in order to resume fishing next season. Harvesters in this region rely mainly on lobster and halibut as their primary and in many cases sole source of income. Rebuilding infrastructure and replacing lost gear and other equipment will be paramount to the region's ability to rebound from Fiona's destruction. In the immediate term, FFAW Unifor is communicating with members on the ground to continue to assess the full impact of damage and to ensure our members and their families have their basic needs met in the coming days and weeks. The union will also be approving a donation to the Red Cross via the executive board as soon as possible. Recovery on the southwest coast will certainly not happen overnight, and we acknowledge that there is significant work to do. What our members need now is commitment from our elected officials that the support will be given to the inshore harvesters that need it. Without that commitment, their livelihoods will be lost, they concluded. And from our perspective as the official opposition, we're advocating for that support. Commercial fishing organizations and their members and those that manage port authorities are doing an inventory of the wharfs damaged in the hurricane. Some concerns I have expressed that have been expressed to me by port authorities are that under normal situations, the federal government cost shares repair work with the port authority revenue through small craft harbors funding. The concerns now are that many port authorities don't have their share of funds to pay half the cost of repairing the damage and in some cases replacing a destroyed wharf. They will be looking to the Minister of Fisheries to provide sole source funding from small craft harbors to pay 100% of reconstruction costs to help these port authorities bring back infrastructure to proper safety and operating standards. As the Minister of Fisheries is aware, but perhaps not everyone in this House is, there are a number of active fisheries that are open currently, and many fishers are attempting to assess damaged and lost gear. The fishing organizations, as I've spoken to, want to know if upfront, if the financial aid will be there. The Minister of Fisheries is well aware that the fall fishery, LFA 25, between New Brunswick, Southwest, and Western PI is open. The season is short, it's almost over, but a loss of the few days that we've had is a big impact. And as we asked in the House today, we're asking for the Minister to extend the season so that they can complete it. So I will ask the government again tonight if they will consider extending that season. As I said in the House earlier today, our small craft harbors are the Trans-Canada highway of our oceans, and without them, boats cannot get on the water, which means seafood cannot be caught, which means there is less Canadian product on supermarket shelves and less income for our coastal communities. The men and women on the sea that feed us deserve a government that will remove the bureaucracy, cut up the red tape, and get our wharves functioning again. These commitments from the government are serious and must be upheld. In light of the situation, we as legislators must come together and listen to what is needed on the ground and deliver quickly to Atlantic Canada what we need to recover from this hurricane in a time that allows people to resume their ability to earn an income and support their families. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for the great speech this evening, and express condolences to his community and everybody across Atlantic Canada and throughout the Maritimes, and certainly in Quebec as well, to all of those who have been impacted by this tragic storm. Like many members of this House, I've spent a lot of time in Nova Scotia. My brother was born there. We lived in Dartmouth for a couple of years. That's why I get to sit next to this fine fella. And I got to visit this summer as well. A lot of Canadians, certainly people back in my riding, feel very disconnected from the storm, and they want to know what they can do. And certainly our government has set up a matching program through the Canadian Red Cross, an organization that's demonstrated the ability to distribute funds to smaller level, community level organizations quite effectively. But what does the honourable member suggest that I can pass along to my constituents so they can be helpful in this Build Back Better plan for all Nova Scotians and Atlantic Canadians?
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much for the offer and for the kind words. I'm sure you must have spent a bit of time on Lake Banook given your past life. Sorry?
Don't. The honourable colleague.
Great deal of time on Lake Banook in his previous success. But the Red Cross obviously is a great initiative that the government has set up. There will be, I'm sure, more charities coming through in the next few days that will be looking to help. I would hope that the government would consider doing matching funds to those as well. And I think one of the other things is, like the honourable member who has family there, one of the things that matters most is when you can, as an individual, if you know somebody in Atlantic Canada, just reach out to them and call them and let them know that you're thinking of them and ask what you can do as a friend or a family member to help them out. Because you do tend to feel isolated in this situation where you're not going through your normal routines anymore. So for all those watching, if you have friends and family in Nova Scotia, and I'm sure many people already have reached out to them, please try and do that as much as you can over the coming weeks.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Limoilou, Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This event over the weekend will forever change the appearance of the shorelines, the fishing wharves. For years now, the Bloc Québécois has been asking for better investments in research to fight the effect of waves on the shorelines, but also to rehabilitate shorelines. Does my colleague believe the same? That is, that there should be better investments to protect shorelines so that our wharves and our fisher are also protected.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the honourable member for the question. I think there are some strong methods for already. I know in the point I live on in the ocean, part of the point, the homeowners have this technology that's been used that has worked. The other half of the homeowners, the other side, haven't used it, and the shoreline's eroding. I think in terms of the harbors themselves, where the commercial operations take place, we need to have much more investment in those harbors. We have probably in the neighborhood already of $3 to $4 billion required to bring the wharfs up to standard across Canada. That's not including making the break walls and everything else that needs to be done in order to make them a little higher, because the seas are a little higher and the storms are a little stronger and the boats are a little bigger. All of those things are contributing to the exposure of those fishing communities to the storms that we're receiving. So I would agree that anything we can do to figure out erosion, but Mother Nature is Mother Nature, and it's pretty hard to win a battle against the ocean with artificial means. The ocean will take things away, unfortunately, the way you do. So planning where you put your housing, how you build those break walls is very important.
Exactly. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's all good. Madam Speaker, first I also want to send my condolences to the people in Atlantic Canada, and I want to thank my colleague. I know he's very passionate about his home community, where I've got family as well, and we talk quite often about fisheries and the importance of fisheries. I really wanted to focus my question around first responders and the Canadian military. I mean, we've got members of CAF that are there, that are on the ground. They're constantly being deployed, whether it be flooding in British Columbia, forest fires. You know, Madam Speaker, there's a story actually today that states that they're short 1 in 10 positions in CAF right now to the 100,000 employees that they have. And you know, I ran into a man the other day, and he was so proud of his son, who's a paramedic in the military. And he says he's going to leave the military because of the wages. And it's not like the old days where you could, you know, save enough money, buy a house, and put some money aside. Housing's out of touch. You know, the state of inflation. He wants to stay in the military, but he's thinking about leaving. And maybe my question through you, Madam Speaker, is maybe my colleague can talk about the need to redesign the military to tackle climate crisis, to ensure that we look after the people that are serving our country, and their roles are changing. Maybe you could speak about the importance of ensuring that we not just have military personnel, but equipment that can respond to climate emergencies.
Honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret.
I thank the member from Port Neal Alberni for his question. I know he's passionate about the fishery as well, having served for many years very effectively on the Fisheries Committee, and that he has relatives in Atlantic Canada. So that's a great thing about Atlantic Canadians. We're everywhere. We're in Alberta. We're everywhere. We have connections across the country. We've gone to find work. In terms of the role of the military, and we're lucky that we have the military we have to respond to these kinds of crises and to help out. But I think the primary reason, and my nephew's in the Navy, the primary reason people join the military is to go on deployments, not to just be here in terms of supporting in disaster relief. They primarily want to go out and defend democracy and freedom around the world, where dictatorships and other people are trampling on human rights, as we're seeing now with Russia and Ukraine. And I think they're proud of that. And what frustrates them is when we don't make the investments in the military to provide them the equipment they do. It's a bit of the chicken and the egg. Why would you join the Air Force in Canada to try and fly fighter jets when we can't seem to make decisions to actually buy any? And the ones we're flying now were purchased by Pierre Trudeau when some members of this House weren't even alive. So I think the focus on investment in the operational needs internationally is the primary role of why somebody joins the military. If they can help out with our if we are operational already and we have the resources here to help out in these disasters, then that is an added bonus. But I think right now, I think most people will be attracted to go into the military if we were properly equipping it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really am grateful to the Conservative Party that the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's got a whole 20 minutes, because that means questions and answers last for 10 minutes. And the honourable member is a friend, and we've been, I will say, I don't think it's telling tales out of school, we've been texting each other all day, because I am both a British Columbia MP and a Cape Bretoner. And I remember hurricanes that we used to have in Atlantic Canada. And the honourable member and I have been back and forth on the question of this storm was supercharged by climate change. And I remember, I'll never forget Hurricane Juan in 2003, because it was my mom had died in late August of that year. The hurricane was so soon thereafter. I always relate them in my head. I was in Cape Breton. The storm was off the charts. Well, I don't need to tell him or anyone in this place. And one of the things, because I'm a climate activist and I went digging in to say, well, what happened with Juan? It was the first time that we'd had a full-fledged tropical hurricane force, full force, Category 2 hit our shores, because usually, and we have had hurricanes, just as the honourable member has said, but they tend to have weakened. And with Hurricane Juan, the forecasters, as I recall it, thought the hurricane would lose force because it would come over the cold water south of Nova Scotia and slow down. We'd have a bad storm for sure, high winds, lots of rain. But Hurricane Juan was different, as was Dorian, and now, boy, was Fiona. Fiona hit Canada with the lowest barometric pressure of any storm ever. So what I want to ask my honourable friend, one thing is a cautionary tale from a British Columbian. It's been more than a year since the fires and the heat domes and the floods of last year. People in BC are still waiting for help. So we'll hear good words now, but we're going to have to stay on it. So I want to give him my word that I'll do anything I can for all of our colleagues and friends and cousins and my brother and sister-in-law who are in Cape Breton. We've got to get help to everybody, as we do to the colleagues from his friend, who's the Member of Parliament for Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon. The people from Lytton are still waiting. But what I want to ask him is, how do we seize this moment of commonality to actually sit down and dissect the science that says this is just going to get worse and worse and worse until we turn off the tap on fossil fuels? Thank you.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's in
15 seconds. Well, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and I have known each other for a long time, and we have great discussions, and I appreciate her intervention. I'll just say that they have happened with different intensity. In 1975, Hurricane Blanche landed in Nova Scotia, and Hurricane Hortense in 1996 came directly into Nova Scotia. There are others before that came in. They follow the Gulf Stream, and they follow the Gulf Stream, and the Gulf Stream comes in and out, so it has that impact. But I'd love to carry on the conversation with you on it later. Since I'm out of time, I think.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Sydney, Victoria. Madam Speaker, I rise this evening to share with the House and all Canadians the brutal and devastating impacts of Hurricane Fiona. For many, Madam Speaker, in particular in my own constituents of Cape Breton, Canso, my neighbors, family, and friends, this really represents an unprecedented moment in the lives of all the residents in my riding. It clearly is one of the largest weather events to happen in our community, and certainly, Madam Speaker, one of the most destructive. Homes and schools and entire communities, which just last week were thriving, are now, many of them, unrecognizable, with falling trees, down wires, and debris across our communities. It really is unmanageable reality, which I've seen with my own eyes, Madam Speaker, as I look around my riding during the aftermath of this storm. I want to share a story in Glace Bay, my hometown where I was born and raised, in an area called Number 2. And in Number 2, it's called Number 2 because it was named after the colliery Number 2, the mine colliery. Great people in that area and the hub of Glace Bay. There are so many roofs that are off company homes in those areas. In fact, one roof came off a home and was found 3 streets over in an individual's backyard. The force and the devastation of this storm cannot be overstated. But nevertheless, Madam Speaker, there remains one thing I want to tell my colleagues and Canadians watching that it's untouched by the storm, and that's the resiliency of people in Cape Breton and northeastern Nova Scotia. So for every instance of destruction that I saw, there has been an instance of unity. So neighbors are helping neighbors. We've heard that today. Family members are helping family members and even strangers with gestures that are small and quite large, from offering others a safe place to sleep to leaving their own supplies on the porches for people just to take. These are examples, Madam Speaker, of the goodwill, which is on full display, quite frankly, on the East Coast. Madam Speaker, I'd like to share with you some of the generosity I've seen over the past few days, like that of Margaret Kuchma. Now, I met Margaret, Madam Speaker, last summer, and she quickly became an extension of what I like to call Team Callaway. Now, Margaret thinks about her community all the time, before herself, in fact, and in particular, she takes care of everyone in the community called Number 11. Another example of a community named after a colliery, Number 11. That's a neighborhood in Glace Bay. On Sunday, following the storm, Margaret ran her generator, fed dozens of people out of her home, and shared her power with those who needed a charge on their device, their laptop, or just a hot cup of coffee. Like Margaret, Madam Speaker, in the aftermath of the hurricane, the administrators and officers and cadets at the Canadian Coast Guard College in Westmount, Nova Scotia, I was there today, Madam Speaker. They opened their doors to the community. Cadets were helping people that were taken out of their homes, providing lodging, providing support, providing food. What great leadership. What great servant leadership. They are an example. Now, the staff and the officer cadets were there for the community. And I want to highlight, they were there for 40 families who were displaced and are now staying at the campus until they return home. And they're, like, again, providing folks a hot cup of coffee, a shower, the ability just to collect their thoughts and to think about the devastation, but more or less be with people, even strangers, just to commiserate on how lucky they've been during this storm, even with the challenges before them. Madam Speaker, I know most people know this, but I'm proud to be a resident of Cape Breton, northeastern Nova Scotia. And this is a community which has proven itself to be self-sustaining and brave of heart, even when times are tough. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My dad was in charge of mine rescue. He was a trainer, a mentor to those that went underground to save individuals' lives. And he would always say to me, a man of few words, my dad was. But he would always say to me, crisis reveals character. And in my travels the past 2 days through the riding, my heart really has been filled by the kindness and generosity of folks in the communities that I serve. Despite our resiliency, Madam Speaker, we can only do so much to get ourselves through the last 48 hours. But lucky for us, we've had to not really go that far to see leadership. So allow me to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to thank the countless first responders who came to the aid of my constituents. It's been said here tonight, but it bears repeating. Our local police, fire departments, emergency medical services, and their dispatchers have worked tremendously hard to answer all the calls for those that are in need. And there is no doubt in my mind that many who are safe today. And bear in mind, in Cape Breton Council, there hasn't been, up until I speak to you tonight, no major injuries, and no loss of life. It's because of these people. It's because of the work of the provincial government and the federal government working together with municipalities and First Nations communities and towns to prepare us for the devastation that came towards us. I want to go back to the Coast Guard for a moment. And our Coast Guard has responded to reports of sunken and grounded vessels. And it remains ready, Madam Speaker, to confront any pollutant or other hazard to marine life. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to also highlight our Canadian Armed Forces, and they've been on the ground here in Cape Breton. They were in the air and at sea in order to provide everything in terms of human resources, equipment, and military assets. I'd like to thank the CAF members of the 5th Canadian Division, specifically, who've been quite literally at our side as we cope with the damage to our communities. Again, our municipal and provincial officials and authorities have also displayed an integral role in the response, which has thus proved to be successful. And there's a long way to go, and I know that. But slowly and steadily, we are seeing services being restored to communities who have gone without power since the storm hit. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank my federal colleagues for their outstanding leadership during this time of need, in particular, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness and the Minister for Defense for their time and effort which I know has benefited our communities to great extents. And I'd also like to thank members of the opposition who reached out to me particularly to just check in to see how my citizens were going. I want to thank you for that. That says a lot. It says a lot about your character and who you are as a person. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind Canadians, and in fact remind colleagues in this House, that climate change exists. And there was a gentleman in one of the warming stations today to say, Mike, I believed in climate change before, but it's pretty much cemented now that I believe it even more. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my constituents for their bravery and their endurance. The people of Cape Breton-Canso have once again risen to the occasion in the face of yet another challenge. Whether it be in the capacity of a community leader, a healthcare professional, a technician, a store clerk, you've all played a pivotal role in helping one another, and that's going to continue. The success of this incident, this storm, this really catastrophic event, well, the responses at all levels of government would not be what it is today without the kindness, compassion, and the hard work coming from within the areas that are hardest hit. To the credible people at home that I'm privileged to serve in this chamber, and I am privileged to serve you, I express my profound gratitude. Mr. Speaker, I think you will know this. Back home, there's a tune, it's a familiar tune, and the lyrics of which contain the words, "We rise again." And in this moment, those words represent the ethos of my constituency and all Atlantic Canadians. And it's the people who weathered the storm. In light of all that has taken place, I say this with gratitude and absolute confidence to the people of Cape Breton and Northeastern Nova Scotia. As the song goes, we will rise again. Thank you.
Now, I thank the member. Good to see my friend from Cape Breton-Canso. I'm thanking him for not singing the song, even though the song is a wonderful song and the sentiment of it is wonderful as well. So, questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Fisheries and my fellow Nova Scotian, who is in a riding that is one of the hardest hit places of our province and is devastating, and he represents some very important fishing communities around Cape Breton. So obviously all Nova Scotians are concerned with what's going on in the northern part of our province, and Cape Breton in particular. But I want to take this opportunity, because he is the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Fisheries, if he would speak to, on behalf of the government, and make the commitment here that they will absolutely quickly speed the repairs up of wharf infrastructure without bureaucracy, without the application processes that we normally have, and get the work done quickly so that our fishermen and our people who depend on the fishery can get to work when the seasons open or close that are going on now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to serve on the Fisheries Committee with the member opposite. And I'll say this, we've made some substantial investments in small craft harbors. Why? Because they're the economic hubs of Atlantic Canada. And in terms of damaged and repaired small craft harbors, it's up to us to collectively work together, and this government, to make investments where they are necessary in terms of small craft harbors, to buttress them, to strengthen them. We've done that since 2015 in terms of investments in small craft harbors, with an additional $300 million next year. But make no mistake about it, the changing environmental crisis requires us to do a deeper dive to ensure that we strengthen those resources, which provide so much to Atlantic Canadians, and dare I say, all Canadians.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. People on the East Coast are suffering, and I was glad to hear comments from all members in this House committing to support Atlantic Canadians in the coming weeks. And I also want us to start thinking about the future. These extreme weather events are happening more frequently, with more severity. And I'm concerned that the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund right now is completely inadequate, that it does not come close to meeting the needs of communities, of municipalities who need to fix critical infrastructure and build resilience in the face of climate disaster. So will the member commit to pushing his government to ensure that this fund is adequate to meet the needs of this changing climate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question. Listen, the fund that she speaks of helps a tremendous amount of groups and communities and municipalities. But what we need to do collectively, and I think this is an important moment in time, another moment in time, where we look at the fact that this is not, just a once in a blue storm. These are storms that are happening on the East Coast on a regular basis. Maybe not as strong as Fiona, but 5 years ago we had a very catastrophic flooding event in Cape Breton that was supposed to be once in a century. They're repeating more and more. This government is committed to ensure that we react and, more importantly, respond in the right way. That fund and other funds, such as the Ocean Protections Plan, that has about $9 billion invested in it. There are opportunities to work within departments and work with levels of government to ensure we put the right investments in place, but I couldn't agree more. We need to continuously up our game when it comes to protecting communities, economic development, social development, and quite frankly, the environment.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, as this is the first time on my feet since the Hurricane Fiona made landfall 72 hours ago, I want to make sure that all members in this House and the communities that were affected know that our hearts are with you.
For my fellow Quebecers who have been affected by the hurricane, we're here standing with you.
I have a son in Gagetown, posted in Gagetown, and my older son actually deployed as part of Operation Lentis back in 2019 as part of the flooding. And I know our colleague from Cape Breton Canso talked about Canadian Armed Forces members who are on the ground immediately to help with removing debris and assisting with connectivity issues for electricity and so on. But can the member elaborate a little bit on what he's forecasting in terms of medium-term needs, in terms of what he anticipates we might need on the ground to assist in supporting with the Canadian Armed Forces? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso, the short answer. We're almost out of time.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Quite frankly, it is around restoring power and helping with respect to that, clearing trees, lights, and other debris from homes and businesses that are taking up far too much space. And we're looking forward to their presence here. And as the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence has said, they'll be here till the job gets done.
Before proceeding to the next speaker, I would just take a quick moment as there's a headset change and maybe a name change on the screen so that the Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria has the opportunity to speak, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. And I'm looking there, and I'm going to get a thumbs up as soon as he's comfortable in the chair. Got a thumbs up. There you go. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In times of crisis, Cape Bretoners come together. They unite for a common purpose, healing their neighbours, helping their neighbours. And with that in mind, I have to start off by thanking the member from Cape Breton Canso for sharing his technology and his screen name with me tonight so that I might give this speech, and my sincere gratitude for him in accommodating. As of the beginning of this debate, there was no power in Eskasoni, and so I've come to Sydney River in the hospital territory of Cape Breton Canso to deliver my speech. Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton was hit hard by Hurricane Fiona. We experienced a night of howling winds, the crackling sounds of trees breaking, torrential rain, and unprecedented devastation. Most of our communities remain without power, running water, many without heat. Roofs have been swept off buildings and down trees, and power poles crisscross streets. In the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, giant trees were uprooted, toppling fences and homes and crushing cars. In coastal communities like Neil Harbor, the sea swept straight into some homes, leaving a foot of more of sea foam coating every surface. Internet service remains spotty, if available at all, and there are long lines at every gas station for those hoping to keep generators running to keep their homes warm and their food from spoiling. Truly, this is the most devastating storm to hit our island. Yet in the aftermath, Mr. Speaker, I have seen some of the best of our communities as people have come together to support one another and rebuild. I've spoken to people across the island who, despite long days, are doing everything they can to help their fellow Cape Bretoners, like Lieutenant Janelle Dirtle at the Salvation Army, who's providing hot meals and warm clothes to those now in need. I've spoken to members of our armed forces at the Victoria Park Sydney Barracks who are helping in recovery efforts, including the search for housing for those who've lost a roof over their heads and now are in need of shelter, like the residents of an apartment building on Rotary Drive in Sydney, which had 64 units, now without a place for their families. I spoke to Raj at one of those apartments, who pled for our support as an international student, who now isn't left without a place to stay for weeks, potentially months. Raj and many other evacuees are now being kept warm at the Member 2 First Nation Convention Centre, where Chief Terry Paul has admirably stepped up to help his neighbors during their time of need. And I've been honored to see not only the Mi'kmaq communities of Cape Breton help each other, but now reach out to helping all those who they are privileged enough to help. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to more than 150 staff, students, cadets, and volunteers at the Coast Guard College in Westmount, who've transformed their institution into a welcome center for displaced residents. This morning, along with the Executive Director, Dina Richardson, I spoke to them and thanked them for their bravery and courageous efforts. Despite the building itself having major damage, 40 beds are now being made available for those most in need. Mr. Speaker, everywhere I look in the riding, there is devastation. Osborne Burke, who runs the Victoria Co-op fishery, a major employer in the region, has seen catastrophic damage and will require federal support in the months ahead in order to be ready for the fishing season that his community very much relies on. Cape Breton Regional Municipality Mayor Amanda McDougall and I have been in constant communication, and she reiterated the need for infrastructure support for housing, sidewalks, seniors complexes, and the major cleanup that is needed. I have reassured her that help is on the way and that the federal government has the backs of Canadians through floods, pandemics, hurricanes. Our government has been and continues to show that we will be there for Canadians. Minister of Emergency Management, who I can't thank enough, has already approved a request from the government of Nova Scotia for immediate support to the province as it deals with the impact from Hurricane Fiona. As part of this response, the Canadian Coast Guard is providing deployable incident management teams, and Transport Canada's National Aerial Surveillance Program is providing aerial imagery and recon capability. Mr. Speaker, last year we had a historic flood that washed away entire roads on the Cabot Trail. People said it was a once-in-a-lifetime storm. Less than a year later, we've witnessed worse. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that coastal communities are now vulnerable to the impacts of the climate crisis. Ponds that I once played on hockey as a child no longer freeze. Yearly storms batter the Maritimes like we used to only see in places like Florida and New Orleans. And we are seeing the lowest barometric pressure we have recorded in Canadian history. The climate crisis is here. Weather events becoming more unpredictable and more prone to extreme conditions. We like to think the effects of climate change are a far-flung forecast, but we are feeling those effects now. And we're already seeing the cost of generations of inaction. I know Cape Bretoners are worried about their children's future. They ask themselves, what will storms be like for them? What can we do now to slow and reverse these weather events? We wonder, what sacrifices do we need to make now to ensure a better quality of life for the next generation? Mr. Speaker, the time for the debate on climate crisis and our need to do more is over in the eyes of Cape Bretoners. We need help today, yes. But we also need to get past the populist bickering about putting more money in polluters' pockets at the cost of our children's futures. A Cree proverb teaches us that only when the last fish has been caught, the last river has been poisoned, when the last tree has been cut, only then we will realize that money cannot be eaten. Indigenous knowledge teaches us to plan for the next 7 generations. Responsible governments know that this is not easy, but we must take those important strides. We need to do everything in our power to transition to a green economy, to lessen the severity of the growing crisis, and we must invest in resiliency and climate-proof green infrastructure. We need to ensure that the price on pollution is enough to cover the cost of disaster mitigation that is needed now and even more so into the future. If there are those among us who refuse to listen to the scientists, perhaps they may listen to the Supreme Court of Canada, when in March 2021, Chief Justice Richard Wagner ruled that climate change is real. It is caused by greenhouse gas emissions resulting from human activity, and it possesses a grave threat to humanity's future. Today, we are fortunate in Cape Breton to only be talking about damage and not deaths, and I want to send my condolences for those regions who have experienced deaths. But I am convinced we can do more, and we can go faster. Now more than ever, it is upon us as parliamentarians to become the environmental leaders on the world stage. Given the gravity of the situation, let our hearts and mind and consideration of our children and grandchildren lead to our decision-making. Mr. Speaker, I give these thoughts with the humble hopes that we don't succumb to selfish short-term thinking at the cost of our future generations. As hard as it is, together, let's think about the next 7 generations of Canadians. Thank you. Alalio.
Questions and comments? Comments and questions. The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. You know, on this side of the House, one of the biggest concerns we have is not falling into the trap that the great Ronald Reagan once said, you know, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. How is that side of the House going to ensure Atlantic Canadians that this help that they've promised is going to end up in the hands of Atlantic Canadians in a rapid and transparent manner, so that the process is simple and that we're not tied up in bureaucratic red tape for the next 4 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for his comments, and I think that what we need to do is move fast, but to blame this disaster on bureaucrats or gatekeepers or whatever terminology you want to use is really not seeing the actual problem that's in front of us. The actual problem in front of us is climate change. These disasters will happen. They're going to continue to happen. We see it up in the north. We see it on the west. We see it in the east. And to try to blame that on the bureaucracy, I think is ingenuine to the actual problem that we must face. And I would ask that member if he believes climate change is real, like the Supreme Court of Canada has said, and is he and his party willing to act so that Nova Scotians don't have to deal with this in the future?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to really thank the member for his speech tonight, for his on-the-ground reporting as to what's really going on Cape Breton Island. And, you know, he made the point that really the reason behind this and other disasters we've been facing is climate change. And I'm just wondering, given his role in this, what if he would just like to comment on the role that Indigenous people across Canada should and could be taking in leading the fight against climate change, the fight that we all have to be really engaged in here tonight.
Honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
I thank the member for his question, and it's an important question. In the Mi'kmaq culture, in the Mi'kmaq language, we have a term called Nedugalimk, and Nedugalimk reminds us that we have a responsibility to each other, we have a responsibility to our communities, we have a responsibility to our nation, but we have a responsibility to our ecosystem, one that we too often forget at the cost of profits, at the cost of money in our pocket. We've lost that connection to our ecosystem and that our responsibility to our ecosystem. We need to relearn that. We need to teach children. We need, as parliamentarians, to work together to find answers that we can all agree on, that say that we realize that this is an existential threat. And as a minority government, we're willing to take the steps that we need to safeguard our children's future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable friend from Sydney, Victoria, a huge Walalan. I don't know that I've ever been more proud to stand here as someone who still considers herself a Cape Bretoner as well as a British Columbian. I think the words of the honourable member for Sydney Victoria have been the most profound of this whole evening's debate. And I would just like to ask him if he would agree with me that our chances of giving our children a livable world are hanging in the balance in the very near term, that we need to listen to science, but we need to be guided by Indigenous leadership and Indigenous wisdom.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
I'd like to thank the member for her comments and for her years of advocacy on this important file. It's one of the things that growing up in Indigenous community, you learned within the language that we are all connected. And that's an important thing that I try to remind myself daily. But I think that the answers are in Indigenous knowledge, but the answers are in collaboration within this House. The answers are within us. We are in a minority government. The more that we can work together, like our caucus, all-party caucus on environment, we need to start meeting more frequently. We need to start having these conversations in a way that I know she has led for many years, and I thank for those efforts. But I want to hold on to hope in this government that we all see what's going on and that we're all ready to act. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. I thank members for sharing their computers there. The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Atlantic Canadians are well used to preparing for hurricanes and tropical storms. These storms are a part of life in the Atlantic provinces, and Atlantic Canadians are prepared, and they expect our federal government to be as well. In my own constituency of Miramichi Grand Lake, in living memory, in 1959, the remnants of a hurricane brought 50-foot waves and 100-mile-per-hour winds, claiming 35 lives and 22 boats in what has become known as the Escuminac disaster. So tragic was this event, Mr. Speaker, that at the time, the late Queen Elizabeth II herself donated to the New Brunswick Fishermen's Disaster Fund. Stories of that storm and its tragic aftermath continue to be told today, 60 years after the incident. I had the privilege of speaking at the 60th anniversary. As we all know, post-tropical storm Fiona raged through Atlantic Canada this past weekend, and that is the very purpose of this debate tonight. I wonder what stories will be told 60 years from now about its aftermath. How will the current Liberal government be immortalized in the minds of Atlantic Canadians? It's not lost on anyone. In the Atlantic provinces, when polling numbers started to be reported in 2015, when the current Prime Minister was elected, Atlantic Canada delivered for him at the time. Every seat in Atlantic Canada, almost, was delivered to him. But now that we need him the most, where is he, Mr. Speaker? That is, this government has abandoned Atlantic Canada when we needed them the most. One of the most important duties of our federal government is to keep its citizens safe. Post-tropical storm Fiona has devastated homes and communities and infrastructure in all Canadian Atlantic provinces. Hundreds of thousands remain without power, and it will be anywhere from days to weeks before the hardest hit areas get restored. And you know, Mr. Speaker, some in Atlantic Canada can't afford the fuel to put in a generator. And some of our citizens can't afford the generator. So there's many people in Atlantic Canada that are struggling. They're going to be cold, colder than they were. And we have people in need all over the Atlantic provinces. I've spoken today with the Premier of New Brunswick and briefly with the Premier of Nova Scotia. Premiers have conveyed to me, obviously in New Brunswick, we did not get hit as hard as some of the other Atlantic provinces, but still, there's wellness checks that aren't happening. Those are a concern in Nova Scotia. There's also roads that are impassable, and we have cell and mobility coverage in Atlantic Canada that is already terrible. We all know that. And now we've got entire communities going with one bar, sometimes not at all. Not enough service, Mr. Speaker. And why is the failed ArriveCan app more important than the public safety of Canadians? One of the most basic responsibilities of the federal government is to keep them safe. But this past weekend, post-tropical storm Fiona raged through Atlantic Canada, devastating communities and damaging critical infrastructure. This storm did not come as a surprise, Mr. Speaker. Those in the storm's path had many days to prepare as best they could. This government, too, had many days to prepare. Today, there are still hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses in Atlantic Canada without electricity and counting on power crews from outside the province and from our neighbors in the United States to help get the devastation under control. CBC News is reporting that senior officials in the Trudeau government, Liberal government, have confirmed that their failed ArriveCan app will no longer be mandatory as of October 1st, 2022. In the face of this failed $17 million pandemic restriction has overreached into the basic rights of Canadians. This government is standing by as these restrictions delayed the arrival of much-needed utility workers to my region. In 5 days, these restrictions disappear anyway. Why are they allowing it to delay the restoration of electricity and critical infrastructure in Atlantic Canada? Think about that. Actually think about this. When this app was created, many in the technology world said it could have been created for $1 million. The government spent upwards of 17 or 18, I forget the exact number. So 17 or 18 million dollars for an app, which was $16 million too much. It was a failure from its onset, and now it's prohibiting New England power crews from getting in and helping Atlantic Canadians. I mean, Mr. Speaker, that is a total failure. It can't be looked at any other way. But one thing I can tell you about Atlantic Canadians, I believe, Mr. Speaker, you could take the majority of citizens in my riding and you could blindfold them. You could put them in a helicopter and you could drop them anywhere in any wilderness in this country, and I'll lay money on it that they could survive. Atlantic Canadians are tough. They have a rugged terrain. We've had storms dating back to 1775. And you know, for 100 years before Confederation and a good 150 years after, we didn't blame these storms on something called climate change. We had ice storms in New Brunswick when I was a provincial MLA, several of them. We had Hurricane Arthur. We had some very serious storms of recent memory and serious flooding as well. And the one thing that I can recall in this, Mr. Speaker, is that Atlantic Canadians persevere. We're known for that across the country. Atlantic Canadians were known for that in World War II and in the First World War. We were known for that with our veterans. There's so many reasons across the country that we're known for it. And I think that this is going to bring out the resiliency of Atlantic Canadians. But as the official opposition, we want the government to act with vigor. We want them to do the job well so that Atlantic Canadians know that they're getting the support they need. And on this side of the floor, we're going to be there to make sure that the government delivers for Atlantic Canadians. That's our job on this side of the floor, and we're very concerned with some of it. Obviously, we have great concerns. I've seen some of the footage from Newfoundland, devastating footage in places like Port aux Basques. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, Mr. Speaker, and I seen a lot of pictures and digital imaging from Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, and clearly there's a lot of damage. One of the things that's damaged in Miramichi Grand Lake, as I mentioned, is the Escuminac Wharf. Now, in my region of Bay St. Anne, Escuminac, the Hardwick region, the fishery is paramount. It's paramount throughout my riding and region and province. And the lobster fishery, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is very much, they're going to lose a minimum of 1 week because they've already lost 3 days. They're going to spend the next 2 or 3 days locating their gear, which is scattered across the bay areas and coastal areas. Some of that gear will not be retained. There's also going to be an aspect where they're going to have to reset all of the traps. So lobster fishermen are actually going to lose at least 1 week, Mr. Speaker. So we're also calling on the government to extend the lobster fishery by at least a week. But maybe it'll need to be longer, but we're looking for an extension. We're looking for an extension on the lobster season because that is a critical season in our province, and I want to make sure that small craft harbors are very much on the radar of the government because there's never quite enough money spent on that, and right now there's a direct need. I also wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the great member from Tobic-Mactaquac. I forgot to mention that in my introduction. We're all a little bit rusty since the summer, you know, Mr. Speaker. But I think it's going to be great to hear his speech. And lastly, on this side of the floor, we're here to support Atlantic Canada. Our Atlantic Canadian colleagues, we're working together. We have great leadership from our leader. We're all working as a team in the best interest of Atlantic Canada. We're going to be there for them, and we're going to ensure that this government has the backs of Atlantic Canadians like they say they do, because we have it on this side of the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I want to thank the member for his speech and really for his words in solidarity with Atlantic Canadians and about the resilience and strength of communities across the East Coast. I was surprised by some of his comments about climate change. I was surprised when the Leader of the Opposition didn't mention climate change or the climate crisis in his speech tonight. And I'm curious if the member was implying that he doesn't think that climate change and the climate crisis are a driving cause for the increased severity and increased frequency of hurricanes, extreme weather events.
The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. I think what I was trying to insinuate is the opposition, we look at climate change and we think we should fight it with advancements to technology, because the current government, supported by the very member who asked me this question, haven't hit a single target. So if the NDP and Liberal coalition were actually concerned about climate change, that they could actually consider it a crisis, then they would actually create a system that met a target. They haven't met a single target. So I don't think I could take any advice from either of the members of that caucus, Liberal or NDP, because if they actually believed it was serious, they would actually hit a target. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend from Miramichi Grand Lake, I'm going to follow up on the question from my friend from Victoria. I don't disagree with him that if the Liberals were serious, they'd actually do the right thing on climate change. But I equally don't quite understand, I'm not quite certain that his caucus would support the government if they did the right things. We immediately need to, for instance, cancel Bay du Nord, cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and make sure that we follow the advice that we stop adding greenhouse gases and start subtracting. That's the first step, and we need to take it before 2025, according to the world scientists within the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Would he support those moves?
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I do appreciate that we could agree on the initial part of her question. I think on this side of the floor, we understand the importance of the Bay du Nord project. And we also understand, living in New Brunswick, we had an Energy East pipeline that was going to bring oil from Alberta to New Brunswick. We didn't do that. We also have a natural gas supply. Right now, our allies in Western Europe are getting supplied with their energy source from Russia. And Putin is fueling the war machine with the proceeds of selling that product to England, France, and Germany, countries that we are allies with. So I think the climate agenda of the left and the extreme far left has contributed to the power right now dynamic in the world. And I think we had a huge missed opportunity with the Energy East pipeline. We should absolutely support it again, along with the Bay du Nord project. Now is the time we should be thinking about energy sovereignty, energy security, building pipelines and infrastructure, powering our country, and helping our allies so they don't have to purchase from the people who want to wage war on other countries in this planet.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for, okay, there you go. South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're right next door, so it shouldn't have been a struggle, but, oh, Brandon Surse was up, I'm sorry. I'd like to ask the member from Miramichi Grand Lake, we hear a lot, you know, he's been asked a lot about climate change and and the effects. And we also know that a great deal of what we see happening in climate change is driven by the energy needs of China and India. But I'd like to bring it back to why we're having this debate tonight, which is about the response we have to do today in order to help our communities that are in dire straits right now with their ability to even have power or cook a meal, let alone go on the ocean or on their farms to earn a living. I wonder if the member could speak to what he expects from this government on delivering on those issues today.
Honourable member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague from Nova Scotia. I think right now we have first responders on the ground. We have utility companies from within the provinces and outside from New England states and maybe further. Obviously, we need as much help on the electrical side of it as possible. But I also think in some of the storms we've had in New Brunswick in recent years, we found that when the armed forces showed up, it really made a difference. And although it may not be their mandate, they made a huge difference when they come in. And any help we could get extra from the armed forces would be great. And I think the current government has to really look at that very closely and very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member from Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise in the House this evening on behalf of our fellow Atlantic Canadians who are under tremendous duress in many parts of our region, facing unprecedented circumstances, and some families and individuals feeling the devastating consequences of Hurricane Fiona. I would like to just begin my remarks by obviously taking the time to express on behalf of, I know, all members of this House and Canadians from coast to coast to coast, that all of our fellow Atlantic Canadians and fellow Canadians are in our thoughts and prayers at this time as they deal with the devastating effects of Hurricane Fiona. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our true thanks and gratitude to the many faithful, dedicated volunteers who so often are right there in the times of crisis. Maritimers and Atlantic Canadians are known to be truly some of the best at stepping up when their neighbor is in need. When they see someone struggling, they'll run to be there at their side and to help their fellow Atlantic Canadian. We've seen this in firefighters who are responding even as we speak in this House at this late hour now, being there for their people, volunteering many dedicated hours to help remove the debris, help get the power back on, and be there for people who are in duress and have been without power now for many hours and now going into days. We've seen it in the members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are on the ground now, helping in areas throughout our region, and we say thank you from the bottom of our hearts to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who are there and doing a tremendous job in support of the efforts of the local first responders and firefighters. It's so true, that expression, that our volunteer firefighters and first responders and members of the Canadian Armed Forces are those who rush in when everyone else is rushing out. So we say thank you on behalf of every member of this House for your dedicated and faithful service to fellow Canadians, including those who are dealing with the aftermath of this storm. I want to take a moment as well and just speak to the fact that Atlantic Canadians are a resilient people. As my colleague from Miramichi-Grand Lake referenced so eloquently, we're not strangers to storms and hardships, hurricanes and disasters. I remember even a few short years ago when our region, the province, was much more affected by Hurricane Arthur and how we came together. A neighbor moved in with neighbor, or sometimes went somewhere close by where they actually had power on, and there were several communities that were without power for weeks. And yet we rallied together and we worked together and we came through. Atlantic Canadians, they live up to that old expression that when the tough times come and the tough get going, I'll tell you what, they say, guess what? We're tough enough, we'll get going ourselves. And they rise to the occasion and help one another out and say, you know what? If it takes a chainsaw, we'll get a chainsaw. If it takes just good old sweat equity and getting out there and moving debris, we'll do that. Atlantic Canadians are that kind of people, and we're a friendly bunch, and probably we'll throw the teapot on while someone's out there working and say, oh, don't worry, we'll put some soup and sandwiches on for you, we'll take sure, and they'll do what they can to help each other out. That's what makes Atlantic Canada so special, and I'm proud to be an Atlantic Canadian, and absolutely honored and proud to represent the good people of Atlantic Canada. And I've been reflecting over this time and looking at it, and one thing that's become very, 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 very important is that in any time of crisis, it is absolutely clear that collaboration, coordination, and rapidity of response is essential in a time of crisis. And I would encourage our federal government to do all that it can to make sure it collaborates with the provincial governments in Atlantic Canada of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, and of course, Eastern Quebec, and make sure that all the resources that are necessary are there and there rapidly so that the response can get to where it needs to go as quick as it needs to get there. Too often, the delays, the hindrances, and those barriers that are in place sometimes hamper the relief efforts. What we need to do is everything we can to expedite the relief that needs to be in the hands of those closest to the ground, which are our provincial governments, to make sure they have all the tools and resources they need to get the job done and bring relief to our people. And while reflecting on this time, I took some thought today, and an old story came back to me. Perhaps it's my roots that are showing, but I had an old story come back to me, and it kind of crystallized this moment, and perhaps it will relate to those that are listening at home. I remember an old story recorded in the Gospel of Mark. It was about some fishermen who got caught in a very bad storm. And the storm was so terrifying for them, they were overwhelmed, and they were experienced fishermen. It wasn't their first time facing stormy waters, but here they are in the midst of a storm. Their boat's being overrun. The waves are splashing in against it. They're terrified and they're afraid, and they cry out for help. And thankfully, help came. The storm subsided, and a great calm came afterwards. But they made one remark that came back to me today and just stuck with me, and they made this statement. These experienced fishermen, speaking of the master, they said, "Who is this that even the wind and the waves obey him?" The part that stuck out to me was the wind and the waves. Being from Atlantic Canada, I can't help myself. That just kind of comes. But the wind can be looked at as the cause. The hurricane winds are a cause of a great disaster in our region right now. But the cause is only one part of the story. The waves are the effects. That long after the wind has blown through, the waves will keep coming, and it will keep rocking the vessels, keep hitting the shoreline, and keep causing damage. And someone from my background, I've recognized in people's lives that what's true in this old story literally is also true figuratively, that many people after disaster has swept through their lives, a personal crisis or a time of trauma, long after the cause has ceased and the wind has blown over, the side effects and the lasting consequences of that storm in their life keep washing over their vessel for sometimes weeks, months, and years to come. And they are defined for a long time by an event that happened some time ago in their life. Because yes, people rushed in at the time of the storm, and they were quick to answer when the winds were blowing or in the immediate aftermath. But who was there when the waves kept coming? Weeks out, months out, even years out. It's easy in a time of crisis for governments to be quick to respond in the moment. But I think what Atlantic Canadians want to know is, will you still hold our hand long after the wind has passed over and the waves are rocking our vessel? Will you be there to not only deal with the cause, but will you be there to deal with the lasting side effects and consequences of this storm that has blown over our region? Will you invest strategically in necessary and critical infrastructure, like the member from South Shore St. Margaret's mentions often, our Trans-Canada Highway, our wharfs, and our infrastructure along the coast? Will you be there to make sure our farms have the relief, not just now, but in the weeks and months and days ahead? Will you be there when families that have lost their businesses have been in their homes and lives for generations? Will you be there to help them rebuild and recover and get back on the feet? The question that I think many Atlantic Canadians have for this government tonight is, will you not only be there in the wind, but will you be there with us to deal with the waves of the aftermath? And Mr. Speaker, I conclude with this old hymn. And I'll wrap it up with that. I can't help myself, but it came to me. It's storms and winds and waves and background, but it's simply called "Till the Storm Passes By." It says, "In the dark of the midnight, have I oft hid my face, while the storm howls above me, and there's no hiding place. Mid the crash of the thunder, precious Lord, hear my cry. Keep me safe till the storm passes by, till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds roll forever from the sky. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by, till the storm passes by, until it passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds roll forever from the sky. Hold me fast and let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by." My hope and my prayer for all my fellow Atlantic Canadians is he would be with us not just through the wind, but also through the waves. And may we as government representatives do the same. Be with them through the wind and the waves.
I didn't get to church on Sunday, so I need to thank the member for a little bit of that. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member from South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that speech. And I just wanted to follow on that theme of the long term. Will the government be there to help the people of Atlantic Canada in the long term? And you know, we've seen data that right now we spend about $5 billion a year in Canada fixing the problems of climate and weather events across this country every year, $5 billion. The government, federal government, puts up about 1/10 of that. That's predicted as these, yes, Atlantic Canada gets storms every year, but they're coming harder and faster and more devastating. It's predicted to, by 2050, that we'd be spending $50 billion a year. But we could get ahead of that if we invested in the long term in some of these things that would make our shorelines more impervious to storms. In where I come from in British Columbia, make our rivers less likely to flood urban areas, make our forests less likely to burn cities down. And I'm just wondering if you would comment, through the Speaker, if he would comment on this need for investing in the future to save us money in the future and save lives, save infrastructure, save homes by making those investments ahead of these disasters instead of always reacting.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for his thoughtful question and reflection. Absolutely, I think it's pertinent that the government invest strategically into our region, and part of that is key infrastructure investments into our wharfs to make sure that they are sustainable, that for years they've been in need of investment, and our wharves are going to need extreme investment over the next few weeks and months to make sure that that critical infrastructure is put back in place for our fish harvesters, for the families and the communities that rely upon that, and so that, yes, they're prepared for future events that may come with better infrastructure in place to respond to any kind of storm that may come in the future.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague for Quebec-Mactaquac, I didn't miss church on Sunday, but I'm still glad I heard that. So what I wanted to ask about is, when we think about the kind of investments we'll need for the storms of the future, and I think my friend from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, pointed out where we're headed. We're at 1.2 degrees global average temperature increase right now. versus what it was before the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. With every fraction of a degree of warming, we face worse storms. We're really looking at trying to save lives, because at every fraction of a degree, millions of more people are going to be at risk. There's going to be a level of climate change that we can adapt to, but we're getting really close to a level of climate change to which we can't adapt anymore. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he thinks we could, really kind of step back and have a really hard look. What can we adapt to? What kind of wharves and bridges and infrastructure can withstand what we can see coming at 1.2 or 1.4, but not 1.5, and certainly not 2 degrees? How do we hang on to a livable climate, the one God made for us?
The honourable member for Quebec.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend from across the way for her comments and appreciate her thoughts. I would like to assure my honourable colleague that I think all of us in this House want to be responsible and good stewards of the land and the earth and the planet that we've been entrusted with. But I also believe that there's going to be coming two different ways in which we approach this. And right now what we're seeing from the current federal government is they feel they can tackle climate change through taxation. We understand on this side of the House that taxation will do nothing, do absolutely nothing to tackle climate change. Rather, technology and investment in technology and investing in good, clean Canadian energy is the way forward. And I believe Canada has some of the best alternatives, but also some of the best and cleanest energy in the world, and it will help the rest of the world get off much more dirtier sources of energy, and that thereby would help the planet and help us all become better stewards of the planet we've been entrusted with.
And that's all the time we have for questions and comments. We're continuing debate. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me start off by saying I'll be sharing my time with the member for Charlottetown. Monsieur le Président, let me acknowledging how difficult the past few days have been for the people of Halifax West, for Nova Scotians, for Atlantic Canadians in Eastern Quebec. My thanks go out to all my colleagues for sharing their messages of support in this last weekend and this evening. I wish we didn't have to stand here to have this debate this evening. However, here we are. What we know as of now is that 2 families in my region are mourning today. On Prince Edward Island, Fiona claimed the life of 1 islander. In Newfoundland, we learned of the tragedy in Port au Basque, which claimed a 73-year-old woman's life. In my home province, we're worried for 81-year-old Larry Smith of Lower Prospect, who hasn't been seen since Friday evening, and it appears he may have been swept out to sea. Mr. Speaker, my heart breaks for these families. It's hard to find a comforting word in this moment, but I want them to know that they are in my prayers, and I did attend Mass yesterday. Before I share my own experiences with the storm, many thank yous are in order. Premièrement, je tiens à exprimer.
First of all, I'd like to give my deepest gratitude to our Prime Minister and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
The whole weekend, and they have reassured us, and we were in turn able to reassure our constituents. Notre gouvernement fédéral.
Our federal government and our armed forces have reacted rapidly. I'd like to speak on behalf of my entire community by saying that we are deeply grateful.
Moment, crews from across the country, New England, even from Hydro Ottawa's team, are helping to get us reconnected and get debris and trees off our streets. I'm told there's more than 1,000 people in the field working on our recovery effort, and I'm grateful to each and every one of them. In Halifax West, I surveyed a great deal of the damage over the weekend and today before I took a flight this evening and came here. What I can tell my colleagues is that most, if not all, side streets in my area have multiple trees down and sidewalks ripped up. Countless streets were impassable with trees blocking the way. In many instances, residents took it upon themselves to help in the cleanup. One in particular I want to mention today because I seen it on Facebook, but I also know the people. It was a whole crew of all families that lived on Kelvin Grove with saws, axes, shears, and chainsaws in hand, making short work of the downed trees blocking their street together. And they all came out to help a young woman who lives in the house where the trees were blocking her driveway and access right beside her car. What I'm thankful for is that Nova Scotians largely heeded the call to stay home, allowing our paramedics, first responders, and power crews to continue doing their jobs without additional impediments or delays. If you've seen any photos of the grocery store shelves in my riding, it's not hard to imagine that most people were home with their families and their storm chips. As I walked through my community, checking in with folks that needed checking in on, and probably some who didn't, asking them what they needed in the moment, I was relieved to hear that most were okay, even though most had no power. Cependant, tout le monde n'a pas résisté.
However, not everyone resisted the storm as easily.
This morning, I stopped by the Canada Games Centre, which was turned into an evacuation center for folks who lost their homes in the storm. What was previously a busy recreation center is now being run by the Salvation Army and the Red Cross to shelter dozens of people from 2 apartment buildings that had sustained extensive damage. One building had its roof torn off. Another building, the chimney fell off and punched a hole right through every floor of the building. Miraculously, thankfully, no one was hurt, but all these people are now looking for housing. At the Canada Games Centre, I met members of the Disaster Animal Response Team of Nova Scotia. They told me they're the first and only one in the country that does animal response. They were sheltering 13 pets that had been displaced from the storm, from those people that were evacuated and had no homes. Later on, I visited the LeBrun Centre in Bedford, where volunteers from Halifax's Joint Emergency Management Team were providing tea, coffee, snacks, and a place to charge their phones to anyone who did not have power. Volunteers Dave Alders, Karen Saunier, and Amani Saleh were incredibly welcoming to anyone who needed help. In fact, I remembered meeting Karen back in 2018 when she was taking the first steps to set up a GEM team for Mainland South. I'm thankful to all those who in normal times, when events like these are generally far from our minds, take the time and put in the work to prepare for the what-ifs. Although especially with climate change, these are more like when-ifs. While I was there, I called into CBC to talk about resources available in our community. Within 5 minutes, a woman walked in and said to me, "Oh, you're Lena." I said, "Yes." She said, "I just heard you on CBC radio, and I learned that there's a comforting center there, and I just came in to get some Wi-Fi. We have no power." So, you see, it all works. Pour moi, Monsieur le...
For me, Mr. Chairperson, this attests to the value of all of us. Public personalities, community leaders are doing what they can to increase the resources in our networks.
The Fairview Resource Centre team was doing much the same work. I stopped by to thank Haley Nelson, a volunteer with the provincial EMO this morning, and the centre's staff and volunteers for providing a safe place for those who didn't have power. I saw Nova Scotians of all ages in across the Atlantic Canada all mobilizing to help their neighbors. From the Haliburton subdivision to Lucasville to Bedford to Fairview and everywhere in between, people were asking themselves what they can do to be of assistance. And that is very much what we do in our country, in our part of the country, and we've heard that quite a bit tonight. Facebook groups are full of neighbors reaching out to help those who don't have power. People are offering their help, their showers, their freezer space, their generators, and cups of tea. In just one truly inspiring example, Square Roots, a group that delivers produce packs to residents in need every week, made sure that a hurricane didn't get in the way to their delivery as soon as they were able to get volunteers that they could do it. Special thanks to Mount St. Vincent University and their president in my riding for making sure students on campus were safe, warm, fed, and well cared for. Mr. Speaker, the storm was terrible. Many people in our communities experiencing and still experiencing pain and hardship, but when people needed support, families, friends, and neighbors were there to help. So I was able to assure them, phone call with the Prime Minister, with my cabinet colleagues, MPs, that the government is there to help. And I'm proud to say support from the military is on the ground with significant financial support as well. The Red Cross, there's an appeal for the Red Cross and matching donations as well. That is also being offered. So I especially want to say my heart is and mind is with Cape Breton, PEI in Newfoundland, but anybody that is able to donate, please do so. And again, we look forward to all the work that we have to continue to do, and I just want to say thank you for everybody that is working hard in our communities to bring it back to safety and normality. Please stay safe, everyone.
Question, come on, questions and comments. The honourable member for, I'll tell you what about one too, it's Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech, her words about community coming together to help one another, neighbors helping neighbors. That is really the spirit of Atlantic Canada. And it was reminding me when I was in Halifax during Hurricane Juan, and my neighbors had a tree go through their house, and we were over there helping them. Our other neighbors came over and brought a barbecue over so that we could use the rest of the food that was in our freezer as it melted and unthawed. And it's just so critical, and I'm so glad that members of every party in this House are committed to giving support immediately. And it's been mentioned a number of times, we also need to look forward. And really, it's been shown again and again and again, investing in upfront costs in resilience costs way less than having to clean up in the aftermath of natural disasters. Can the member speak about the importance of proactively investing in climate resilience to ensure that communities are prepared for natural disasters in the future?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much for the member from Victoria. Really love that part of of our country as well. Lots of similarities I find with Halifax. First, let me say, I guess first thing I'm going to say thank you for acknowledging, as Atlantic Canadians, I feel we're a special part of the country where we really, truly do deeply care for each other. We're welcoming and generally generous and good people. So thank you for that. Secondly, to your question, the Prime Minister has made a clear commitment to Atlantic Canada and to continuing to ensure that the government is there to do whatever is needed right now on the ground to assist in the short term, but also in the longer term, because these are things that are going to happen, and they're going to happen more frequently, and they're going to be more severe. And I've witnessed a number of hurricanes so far that have hit our province over the last 2 decades. And, they're getting worse, they're getting more frequent, and quite frankly, more scarier. Even I stand here now, all my children in their respective home in Halifax, none of them have power. And I just saw the picture right now of one of my children, she's got 3 little ones, with candles all over the place, and they're all sitting and, having fun. And I'm thinking, this is, it's wonderful for me to see that, but that's, it's nice to be able to say our government is there and we are there to assist and collaborate with the province and with the municipalities who are really, really working hard on the ground to get everybody back to where we were. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question or comment? I haven't seen this one yet, so the Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was fortunate enough. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for flying in today and for sticking around through at the community level to ensure that everybody had what they needed before she came to the House of Commons. I was fortunate enough this summer to visit my friend and colleague in Halifax and visit through the riding, and I got to see firsthand her commitment and dedication to her constituents in her riding, and that was evident today with her speech as well. I mentioned this earlier, but since you've just arrived, I thought my friend just arrived. It's hard when you're sitting right next to the person. You know, a lot of Miltonians feel a tremendous amount of sympathy. My neighbors want to know what they can do. So how can my neighbors in Milton and throughout Ontario help remediate this disaster? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West with 45 seconds.
Thank you very much. I really want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Health and Sport. And yes, he was there in Halifax West this summer, and you did visit the Canada Games Centre, which is now, unfortunately, is the home of the shelter. Donate to the Canadian Red Cross. I say that truly, honestly, and without a doubt. If anybody wants to help across the country, or quite frankly, internationally, right now, for citizens, I would say that is the best thing to do, is to donate through the Canadian Red Cross. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people, Abegwit. They are the past, present, and future caretakers of these lands, and we honor them. I am in downtown Charlottetown, one of the only places in the riding of Charlottetown that has power. I would try to speak to you from my home office, but the generator would probably drown me out. I want to, first of all, thank the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for bringing forward the motion for this emergency debate tonight. It is timely, and I do think it's important for Canadians to hear from parliamentarians the impact of this storm and the government's response to it. The storm was not a surprise. All of the forecasts, all of the warnings that came in advance turned out to be remarkably accurate. Prince Edward Islanders are quite accustomed to storms, more commonly winter storms, and all of the preparations were made. The generators were in place. The fuel for the generators had been purchased. There was a run on the grocery stores. The storm chips and any other number of groceries were the shelves were quite bare in advance of the storm. Without a doubt, arrangements were made for emergency shelters. So the level of preparation, the level of information, all of these things were accurate and were well done. What we didn't anticipate, I would say, is that in Prince Edward Island and certainly in the Charlottetown riding, that this would be pretty much exclusively a wind event. The amount of rain wasn't a factor. Their water has been a factor in coastal communities. And I say that not based on personal observation, because it's the only personal observation I've been able to make are in the riding, but in reliance on information received from other people. And I say that because one of the major challenges in the last 3 days since the storm has hit has been connectivity. Internet and cell service is spotty at best. which really affects absolutely everything. If you don't have information, it's difficult to know how to access the supports that are available. You've heard from many other speakers this evening on the impacts of the storm in their communities, and so much of what I'm about to say will sound quite familiar. Because of the tremendous winds, the riding of Charlottetown, the city of Charlottetown, and much of Prince Edward Island is littered with fallen trees. These trees have fallen on power lines, which knocks out power to virtually the entire riding and virtually the entire island. Bit by bit, it is being restored, but not so much in Charlottetown other than the downtown as of yet. Those trees have damaged roofs. In some cases, the winds have actually decimated roofs. Not that far from my home is Queen Charlotte Junior High School, where pieces of the roof have flown for city blocks, and it's a very significant question as to when those junior high school students are going to be back in the classroom. We've seen some substantial erosion, including a decimation of the dunes at Cavendish Beach. The famous and popular rock formation in Darnley is gone. Cars have been damaged, including one in my driveway. Wharves have sustained substantial damage in coastal communities, and there have been impacts in the agricultural sector, particularly with corn, with the storage facilities for potatoes and dairy. All of these sectors have been particularly hard hit. As the storm has gone on, it has proven difficult to be able to recharge generators with propane or with gas because of the lack of power. These things are not available. In my search for propane yesterday, I can tell you that I was absolutely heartened when the Confederation Bridge opened, and I know it's a bad word, but a convoy of electrical trucks from out of province I met on the bypass. I was never, ever so happy to see a convoy of people coming to do good. This is also the case, of course, today with the arrival of the Canadian military. 2 days ago, the government of Prince Edward Island asked for federal help. 1 day ago, they got a yes, and today the Army arrived. And that will be a major help in cleaning up the roads and getting the trees off the power lines. I want to talk for a minute about the mindset of the people in this city and in this province. The picture of devastation that I just presented to you might lead you to believe that there's despair here. Nothing could be further from the truth. The mindset here is that there's a lot of shock and awe about the magnitude of the winds, about the magnitude of the devastation. We knew it was coming, but nobody has ever seen, many people have never seen what we see in our streets even now. But the mindset is one very much of determination and of resolve. The mindset is we're going to roll up our sleeves. We have trust and faith in one another. And I have to say this, we have trust and faith in Maritime Electric. Time and time again, when we've been battered by winter storms, we receive on Prince Edward Island timely and reliable information from Maritime Electric with regards to the progress that is being made by the crews, the hardworking crews at Maritime Electric, and the status of their work. And that has already begun. Kim Griffin, the spokesperson for Maritime Electric is someone who's become a face well known to Prince Edward Islanders for the updates in these critical situations, and that is the case now. You go around Charlottetown over the last couple of days, and the sound of generators and chainsaws are predominant, essentially everywhere. I've been heartened with the involvement of the cabinet. The Minister of Emergency Preparedness and the Prime Minister have listened to us. They've been in contact with us. And it's evident that they care. It's evident that the information that they are receiving from us is factored into the actions that they are taking. I think it's also important to focus on the other matters that have been the other measures that have been taken by government, and normally is specifically the decision to match donations to the Red Cross. I want to offer a big thanks to the workers at the Jack Blanchard Center, the Malcolm Dara Center, the Outreach Center, the Confederation Center of the Arts, and the Hillsborough Park Community Center for the work that they're doing in helping those that need emergency shelter. I want to finish, Mr. Speaker, with a final word of advice, if I could, to the people in the insurance industry. During my time practicing laws on both sides of the insurance industry, and if I could say to the case managers and the adjusters within the insurance industry, in the coming days, please act with urgency, act with compassion, put your policyholders ahead of your shareholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member, for that intervention. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Charlottetown. It's certainly always a pleasure to serve with him on the Standing Committee for Health, and appreciate his actions there. You know, one of the things that certainly holds true is we've heard from most of the Atlantic provinces today, and it's always interesting to hear how similar we are, and how the great resilience of the people from Atlantic Canada certainly stands out in all of our minds. And as I said previously, hopefully it's not just us patting ourselves in the back. Anyway, that being said, I think it's important to underscore that cell phone service, I think we're all at the point where we need to realize that cell phone service is part of critical infrastructure. And we also know, again, we've heard in this House previously that the former Minister, Ralph Goodale, promised during Dorian that the CRTC would fix this. We know that that has not happened. And I guess I wonder from the member opposite how he's going to prod his government forward to ensure that this, again, I'll say this piece of critical infrastructure is better suited to serve the needs of all of our constituents.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
I'd like to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for that question, and for affording another opportunity to drive home the message on this, that cell phones in this day and age and connectivity absolutely is essential. And that it's important for government to create the environment that brings in the investment from the telcos to make that happen. And there has been substantial progress made, but a catastrophic event such as this indicates that there is still more to do. And that message is absolutely evident. I know that the Minister of Industry, Science, and Technology is acutely aware, has spoken to it in the past, and I am absolutely certain that there will be more conversations on this topic in the near future, as well as investments. There must be.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Charlottetown for his speech and you know, the experiences that he's had on the ground there. I visited Charlottetown in June, and my heart goes out to the people there that are facing all these difficulties. he mentioned that, you know, we knew about this storm. We knew it was coming. Maybe there was some uncertainty around how strong the winds were, how much rain would fall. But I remember debating in the House about something else here last Wednesday about the oncoming Fiona and the high winds that would accompany it. And I'm just wondering if he could perhaps comment on what we might have done differently in terms of being ready beforehand. He talked about, you know, 2 days ago, the province asked for the Army, and a day later it came. What if the armed forces were there before the storm hit? Would that have made a difference? Would they be already helping clear streets? Would they be helping do all the things that are going on now, but we'd be ahead of the game? Is there anything else that we could have done to prepare beforehand? Because we knew this was coming.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for that question. This may actually be a question of process, because the process right now is that the federal government responds to requests from the province for the deployment of federal assets. And in this case, virtually immediately after that request was made, the assets were made available. I'm not aware whether there is a process or a mechanism for a province to preemptively make that request. And perhaps, given the clarity of the forecasts, that this would be a situation where that might be explored. The other thing that I would say in terms of climate change and resilience is that Prince Edward Island is and will be on the cutting edge of climate change adaptation as a result of some substantial investments by our government into the Canadian Centre for Climate Change and Adaptation in St. Peter's that is now churning out experts in the field.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to speak tonight to this very important topic, but I do want to mention at the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, last week, people from across Atlantic Canada did what they could do to prepare for a storm that was being described as a severe threat and potentially historic. As we all know by now, those descriptions were accurate. Hurricane Fiona was indeed severe and historic, and sadly, it was also tragic. I want to echo the sentiments that have been expressed in this House here today. Those who have lost a loved one are in our thoughts at this terrible time. Our thoughts are also with those who have lost homes, their businesses, have experienced extensive damage to their property, and anyone who feels as though the road to recovery right now looks too long to bear. I want to thank the firefighters, the police, and paramedics who answered calls for help, putting themselves oftentimes in harm's way. I also want to thank the mayors leading their local recovery response and the premiers of Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador, and New Brunswick, who have responded swiftly following Hurricane Fiona's impact. And of course, I want to recognize every individual working on reconnecting families to power right across Atlantic Canada. These hard workers will be spending days away from their own families to help reconnect the thousands of homes that are still without power in the region. This includes the energy workers from Maine, who overcame the obstacles in their way to deliver much-needed aid to Nova Scotia. As emergency crews work day and night to restore powers to communities across the regions hit by the hurricane, we're learning more about the extensive damage and the personal stories of Maritimers and Newfoundlanders of how they rode out the storm and how they're trying to recover. And I want to note as well, thanks to everyone who lends a hand to their neighbor, who helps out. And that's one of the things we've seen over and over again when we're met with challenging times in Atlantic Canada. People look out for their neighbors, give them a hand, and we've seen story after story of that taking place in the days that have followed. Many of these stories follow along a theme that's become very familiar to Atlantic Canadians, and that is our strong sense of community. People have been coming together to help each other however they can. Anyone with a chainsaw quickly got to work to help clear fallen trees, and community centers opened their doors to welcome families needing to charge their phones, get warmed up, or just to have a hot cup of coffee. Our strong sense of community is just one of the reasons I'm proud to be from Atlantic Canada, but that sense of community is also absolutely essential at times like these. Provinces like Nova Scotia are no strangers to this type of strength and sense of community after experiencing a tragedy. In 1917, another historic event happened in the province when a cargo ship carrying explosives collided with a steamship in Halifax Harbor. At the time, the world had never known a man-made explosion of that magnitude, and the devastation was immense. But it only took a couple of hours after the Halifax explosion before trains started making their ways towards the city to deliver supplies and people willing to lend a hand at the city's darkest moment. The speed in which neighboring communities and provinces mobilized to provide relief all those many years ago is a testament to the strength of Atlantic Canadians, and it's the same strength, Mr. Speaker, that we're seeing today. Another tradition we're still seeing today is the willingness of our neighbors to the south to lend a hand when things get tough. Even 106 years after the Halifax explosion, the province of Nova Scotia still sends a Christmas tree to the city of Boston every year to express their gratitude for Boston's contributions to the relief efforts in 1917. In 2022, our American neighbors once again answered the call for help, but this time around those efforts were stalled by red tape and bureaucratic hoops to jump through just to enter Canada to lend a hand. Mr. Speaker, the ArriveCan app has been a disaster since it was first launched. Border crossings with little or no cell service rendered the app useless, and there was no consideration for seniors or individuals who simply didn't have a smartphone. Travelers were mistakenly told to quarantine when they weren't actually required to, and with all the confusion created by ArriveCan, there has been an untold amount of fraud as innocent Canadians fell victim to scams in their attempt to accommodate the complex and inconsistent rules imposed by the federal government. Entire industries, including in my own riding of Fundy Royal, the tourism industries, have been negatively impacted by the ArriveCan app. But even as this bad border policy hurt communities and businesses that depend on cross-border travel, the Liberal government doubled down on their policies. And on Sunday, we saw the most egregious example of just how bad the ArriveCan app was when the Liberal border policy led to Nova Scotia Premier Tim Houston indicating that U.S. power crews had been delayed at the border while trying to enter Canada to join recovery efforts. The hurricane recovery is time sensitive. When families are disconnected from one another, or they can't call for help, or they can't heat up food for their children, every minute matters. Any delay in support to help Atlantic Canadians trying to recover after the storm is completely unacceptable. The Minister of Emergency Preparedness said yesterday that any delay may have taken place at the border was inconsequential. I think it's a pretty bold statement to make from his home that has power to families that don't know when they will have power yet. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure, the federal government has to ensure that every possible impediment that could stand in the way to this recovery, and I use this one as an example, as a policy that doesn't make sense. We know that the ArriveCan app will no longer be required starting this weekend. I would urge the government to drop it immediately. We can see that the damage that policy that's not well thought out can do. But that leads me, Mr. Speaker, to other issues around recovery, agreements between the federal government and the provinces for compensation for those that need it, for rebuilding homes, farms, and businesses. We have to make sure that we don't allow red tape, bureaucratic excuses, or delays to impede Atlantic Canadians after this storm from getting the help that they so desperately will need. Members of the government continue to say they are standing with everyone affected by this storm, but they also must be careful as to not stand in the way. The federal government's disaster financial assistance arrangements have been put in place to provide financial assistance to provincial and territorial governments in the event of a large-scale natural disaster. However, this assistance does not flow immediately for Canadians who are suffering now. So I ask that we all work together to reduce bureaucracy that stands between Canadians getting the help they need as quickly as possible. While the intention of many of these programs is good, we need to make sure that accessibility remains paramount. We've seen over and over the last few years that this government can turn on a dime if it wants to, and there's no excuse not to put that same focus and energy into supporting Atlantic Canadians in their time of need. So, Mr. Speaker, this storm, this hurricane, has caused extensive damage throughout the Maritimes and Newfoundland and Labrador, but together we stand committed to do everything we can to once again get Atlantic Canadians through this. I want to thank everyone that's pulled together in big ways or small to help their neighbor, to help their community, and together we're going to build once again for a brighter future. We need everyone pulling together to make that happen, both at the municipal level, the provincial level, and indeed at the federal level. And what I would urge the federal government to do is to make sure that we break down every barrier that would prevent Atlantic Canadians and the provinces of Atlantic Canada from receiving the help that they need in this time that is so crucial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's so important that we're here tonight to talk about what we can do to help people who are affected by this in Atlantic Canada and throughout Quebec. And I also just think it's really important that we stick to the facts. And earlier today in question period and kind of throughout the afternoon, we have been hearing some misinformation about some occurrences. And I just want to read into the record something provided to me from the member from Halifax West, a news article. It says, Nova Scotia Power says there were no issues delaying American power crews from crossing the border to help repair the electrical grid from devastation with respect to Hurricane Fiona. On Sunday, the utility company and Nova Scotia Premier Tim Houston had both said an issue related to the controversial ArriveCan app, which I will also say will be optional as of Sunday, was delaying power crews from crossing into Canada. In a new statement Monday afternoon, Nova Scotia Power spokesperson Jacqueline Foster says there was some confusion about the app, but it is now confirmed there were no problems. I hope that sets the record straight for everybody in the House tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fundy-Roy.
Mr. Speaker, it illustrates perfectly how useless this program has become. The honourable member speaks about a program that did cause delays in crews from Maine from crossing the New Brunswick border to get to Nova Scotia. It's a program that, Mr. Speaker, that they're going to get rid of on Saturday, a program they're going to get rid of on Saturday, but they won't get rid of it today to help, that would prevent any delays at the border for mutual assistance. And, you know, he read a quote, I'll read a quote. I do know that there was a situation where some crews from Maine were having an issue at the border. Nova Scotia Premier Tim Houston told reporters during a Sunday morning press conference. Quote, we became aware of that. We alerted the federal government. My understanding is that it was dealt with pretty quickly, but there was an issue to begin with. So I take Premier Houston at his word that there was a delay, and there's no excuse for it. They know that this is a program that has never worked, but now it's actually working to delay help that we desperately need. So let's get rid of the program right now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're gathered here tonight, of course, to send our support to our friends from coast to coast to coast who are faced with the aftermath of these natural disasters. Now, of course, we're talking about the importance of taking action now, and there's no question that needs to be done. But there's also a question, Mr. Speaker, about what investment needs to be made and whether or not the government should be making investments in a proactive way to ensure that climate adaptation projects are in place. And so my question to the member is, would he support more investments in proactive climate adaptation projects instead of always waiting for disasters that are often coming our way in a much more severe manner as we're seeing now?
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her constructive question, and I think we have to be able to do both, adaptation and mitigation. We have to be able to do that, recognizing challenges that coastal areas face, but we also have urgent, critical needs around rebuilding of wharfs and other coastal resources that our local industry depends on, our communities depend on, and we've had many hurricanes and other storms in the past that have caused damage from time to time, and one of the things we have to do to get industry back on its feet, to get small business back on its feet, to get communities back on their feet, to get individuals working again, is we have to make sure that we have the right investments in community infrastructure that we can move forward and build together. So that's something that we're committed to helping our communities do, and we will stand with them every step of the way.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this important debate tonight about the impacts of Hurricane Fiona on Eastern Canada. Of course, as members know, I represent a riding in Alberta. We live in a big country where, of course, a natural disaster can affect one part of the country and not another. But I know also that we're a community of solidarity where people in Alberta follow events in other parts of the country and are feeling deeply a sense of solidarity and a desire to help. There are many Albertans as well with close familial and ancestral connections with Atlantic Canada who really are following with horror the impacts of this hurricane and would like me to share on their behalf just the sense of solidarity and the desire they have to see their government come to the aid of those in need. And just as when Western Canada has faced natural disasters such as the BC floods, Atlantic Canada was with us, and in the same way, my province, my constituents are fully behind our call on the government to have a strong and effective and continuous response. Of course, the lead to this response from within our caucus is coming from the Atlantic Caucus, and I want to salute and recognize the excellent work being done by members of our Atlantic Caucus, including the member for Cumberland and Colchester, who moved who put forward the proposal to have this emergency debate tonight, and of course recognize the engagement of our leader, powerful speech he gave tonight as well. I think what really stuck with me from our leader's speech was saying we don't want this to be another situation where there's an A for announcement and an F for follow-through. Sometimes commitments are made when a story is in the news. There's a focus on a situation when it's very acute, right as it's happening. But then there's the question of is the government, is the rest of the country really there through the follow-up, through the rebuilding process that must continue long after this story is not in the news anymore, long after attention has shifted to other issues? Is there the follow-through? And also, is the government making announcements but then severely delayed in actually delivering the results? Or is the government responding quickly enough? The opposition will be there, led by our Atlantic Caucus, in pushing strongly for follow-through, for efficiency, and that the government be supporting the rebuilding that is required, not just while this story is in the news, but in fact over the long term. We need to have a results-oriented approach that measures the results that are achieved, that measures the concrete impacts. Yes, that invests the dollars that are required, but that really measures those results. And Mr. Speaker, you can be sure that our opposition will be diligently following up on this issue for the long haul to make sure that those results are achieved. Certainly to do all we can from this side of the House to ensure that those are achieved. Now, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak tonight in particular to highlight one issue that we've seen about the government's response, and that is the issue of matching programs. And there's a problem with the way this government has consistently developed and delivered matching programs. The problem has been that the government identifies one organization or a small group of large organizations for matching support. And they say, we're going to match every donation that is made to organization X or to this group of 5 organizations. But they don't offer matching programs to all of the organizations that are involved in a response. And I've encountered this issue particularly in the area of international development. That in cases where we've seen disasters around the world, this was a major issue brought to my attention by international development organizations working in Lebanon, responding to the humanitarian needs associated with the invasion of Ukraine, and most recently the situation in Pakistan, where there are organizations, maybe smaller organizations, diaspora-led organizations, organizations with really deep connections and a significant footprint on the ground that are left out of a government matching program because it just becomes easier for the government to say, well, we're going to match with these very large organizations that have more experience dealing with government, that we have established relationships with. It's just easier to say, we're going to match a contribution to this big player, as opposed to saying, we're going to match donations to all of the organizations that are doing this work. So I've encountered and learned about this issue in the area of international development, but now we're seeing this as part of a domestic disaster response. That again, the government in the process of a matching program is choosing one organization, in this case, the Red Cross. And now, Mr. Speaker, I want to say at the outset that I think the Red Cross does excellent work. And I also think the idea of matching programs, of encouraging individuals to donate and saying that when you make a donation, the government is going to match those dollars, I think that that's a very good concept. It expresses the kind of shared solidarity that we need here, which is not government acting alone, but government being part of a solution and supporting individual philanthropy in collaboration with government. I think in principle, that's really good. But the thing is, when you have a system that matches donations to some organizations and not others, not only do those smaller organizations, which may have a bigger presence on the ground, that may be led by local people and plugged into local communities, not only do they lose out on the benefit of the matching dollars, but they actually lose out on donations as well. Because when people say, I want to be part of responding to, in this case, the recovery efforts around Hurricane Fiona, or in previous cases, I want to be part of responding to the flooding, the flooding in Pakistan, or the situation in Lebanon, people instinctively want to give to those organizations that are receiving matching as opposed to the organizations that don't. So organizations tell me that they get calls from previous donors who say, I was going to donate to what you're doing, but I actually want to donate to someone else who's getting matched. So you see, through government policy, matching donations to some organizations but not others, the government ends up incentivizing private donors to change their donation behavior from donations organizations they were previously giving to organizations that are matched. So the government is, through this matching policy, they're ending up directing donations from some organizations to others. And that's a problem. If the effect of offering matching to some organizations is that groups that have a long track record have been working on the ground, it also creates some level of suspicion. People say, well, why isn't the government matching? Or is it because they've somehow determined that you're not good enough for the match? And that's not the reason. In fact, some of these organizations may be more effective in their response, but they're not receiving the match because government instinctively just goes back to the same organizations to provide that match every time. So having raised this issue multiple times in other contexts, I want to implore the government again to really reconsider this policy. There are different ways of doing this. You could, for instance, identify in some global sense all of the donations that are made to charitable organizations related to flood relief, and the government could put that same amount of money aside in a fund which then distributes. It wouldn't have to necessarily match every dollar that was given to an organization to exactly the same organization. But if it put aside an amount of money that was equivalent to the total donations and then dispersed that, that would at least address the problem right now of disincentivizing donations to organizations that are not matched. I think that would be a good way of exploring the response, because I think every Canadian who donates to hurricane relief in some way should see their donations matched, whether it's to the Red Cross or to organizations that are smaller, that are embedded in local communities. If the Knights of Columbus Council in my area wants to raise money and transfer it to a Knights of Columbus Council in Atlantic Canada, if there are small local groups that are local food banks, for example, that are raising money locally and across the country, I would say those worthy efforts deserve the same kind of matching support. And again, I've raised this in the House on past occasions. And it's a little bit frustrating to feel that these very sort of simple, nonpartisan solutions to say we need to reform these matching programs don't seem to be heeded. It's been raised on past instances, and yet it remains a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I implore the government to revisit this issue and to look for mechanisms to match donations in a way that is inclusive, that represents the diversity of organizations and that supports small local organizations as well as the larger ones. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you and with the House that my constituents, the people of Western Canada, are very much behind and supportive of people in Eastern Canada who are struggling right now. We want to see the government have their back over the long haul. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member from Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I quite enjoyed the comments from my honourable colleague. He does know quite a lot about international development, and look forward to our next chat in the elevator on this topic. I did want to highlight, because I had the opportunity to visit the Red Cross in Nova Scotia this summer, their extensive network of community-level contacts and relationships, and that's the type of rapid response that these donations will rely on are those relationships and the ease of access that community level groups such as the one that he highlighted, like a Knights of Columbus, who might be doing something at a community level, might be able to contact their local Red Cross for. That said, he also highlighted, it's off topic a little bit, some of the international aid. I did want to say that the Humanitarian Coalition, as he's probably aware, is actually a coalition of 12 organizations that are quite diverse, but I take his comments under advisement, and I think it's worth considering. I would also just ask the member, for the sake of a question, if he could explain to his constituents how they out in Alberta might be supportive of this important restoration effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to underline that nothing in my speech was to take away from the great work that the Red Cross is doing in Eastern Canada or in other parts of the world. And of course, they do have partnerships with local organizations, and I hope they will do their best to engage some of those local organizations. But fundamentally, it doesn't change the point that the government that there are many other worthy organizations that are not getting this matching support. And essentially, it puts the Red Cross in the position of being the dispersers of public money, which is a role that normally we would conceive of as the government having, right? So I think we should work to provide that support in the form of matching to all of the organizations that are doing good work there, not because the organizations being matched aren't worthy of it, but because there are other organizations that are worthy of it as well. And I know my constituents will be actively involved in this relief effort, and I would like to see all of the donations that my constituents make matched, regardless of the organizations they give to.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and I wanted to ask him a question on the opening part of his speech. I think he was talking about the government should be in there for the long haul to help the people of Atlantic Canada and other disasters across this country. You know, the government's always got our back when we have a disaster, but sometimes forgets about it fairly quickly. I'm just wondering if he might comment on the concept of that we should be spending more money investing in the future in terms of these disasters that are getting more common, more serious, more catastrophic, that we should be investing more to adapt to climate change rather than just always being reactive and spending billions of dollars after the fact. We should be really ramping up our investments every year in helping Canadian communities get ready for the future.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it makes sense to have resilient infrastructure that is fit for purpose and that can respond to these things as much as possible. Of course, you know, there are probably, I mean, I'm not an engineer, there are probably limits to your ability to build for all possible events. But I would assent in principle to the idea that we should, as much as possible, in the process of rebuilding, in the process of building up infrastructure, try to be prepared for and resilient against the possibility of storms and other kinds of weather events.
Well, we're almost out of time, but I'll try for a very short question and answer. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I've had similar concerns in the past about the matching programs. I wonder how he might suggest that in the short term, in the next few days, we make an impact in how we would access the best and most effective charities on the ground.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a really simple thing for the government to do would be to say as a policy statement, we will work to identify all of the dollars that have been donated for this purpose, and we will match those dollars, insofar as we will set aside in a fund for relief on a number of dollars equivalent to the amount we estimate has been contributed. Now, that formal calculation doesn't have to all be done in 1 or 2 days. If the government says that now as a policy commitment, then it means that over time the government can engage those charities, work to identify, okay, who's involved in relief, what dollars have been contributed. I think he said 2 minutes left, right? And then disperse that at a later point. So, Mr. Speaker, in my final 2 minutes here, I just want to add, no, thank you very much.
Thank the member for that intervention. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'll indicate I'm sharing my time with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. And I welcome the opportunity to participate in this emergency debate. And Mr. Speaker, at this late hour in the House, I expect that I'm the only member currently sitting that experienced this weather event in Atlantic Canada.
No, I'm here.
Not directly. There was some on the side. I was in the epicenter of it, along with a number of my colleagues. I know there was a number of other members that were experienced this event as well. And Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say, in Prince Edward Island, I'll speak to Prince Edward Island, we were well prepared. I give full marks to those emergency agencies, including my own colleague, the minister responsible, the provincial government, in getting the message out that this was a very serious weather event that people should heed. And Mr. Speaker, we were well advised. All we could do, though, was wait and hope it would not be as traumatic as the warnings that were being given to us. So all the mechanisms of government worked from a warning perspective, and Mr. Speaker, that's why we had minimal, and you cannot minimize any loss of life is too much, but the implications were to that effect. So, Mr. Speaker, we were aware, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I returned to my riding when I heard as the weather was getting, the forecast was getting more and more severe. that I chose to return to be there. And I can also say that it was one of these weather alerts that woke me up at about 3:30 in the morning. I decided I better take my phone to bed with me. It was pretty nasty, and I was unsure how it was going to go. I'm glad I did, because the weather, the emergency app went off. I wondered, it woke me up, what was happening. I looked at it, and then I thought I better look outside, and I could see the trees violently shaking, an experience I never experienced before, looking out, and then watched them suddenly start crashing on the house. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, those emergency systems did work. Now, I'm going to focus my comments on two areas of Atlantic Canada and Prince Edward Island that responded very well. The fishing industry, the fishers, primarily removed their very expensive boats from the water. So they listened. They took the advice of all governments. They removed them to take them out of harm's way. And so there was no loss of vessels. But, Mr. Speaker, they could not remove their fishing gear. And we are now getting some assessment on that. The damage is significant. Farmers were able to, Mr. Speaker, store their equipment as best they could in buildings. They took precautions. But they could not take their crops out of the field. And that's where extensive damage has occurred to the farming industry. So in the two industries, fishing and farming, the farmers and fishers took all the steps they were advised to do to mitigate their losses. But yet there were significant losses, and they're still being incurred. And that, Mr. Speaker, is where government has to be prepared to stand with these industries to ensure that we provide resources to mitigate those losses, because they did everything in their power to reduce the damage that they would have. And we're still assessing that. But then it gets to the issue. We've had infrastructure damage, significant infrastructure damage to our small craft harbors across the region. And that has been a situation that's been growing for some time. But, Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to some of the speeches in the House where government's got to move faster and faster. I spoke to a farmer yesterday. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was all across my riding on Saturday and on Sunday at most of the ports, meeting with those that were primarily impacted. And Mr. Speaker, it was important. Listening to a farmer, he said, even if you gave me money today, I cannot hire a contractor to begin the repairs that I have to do. So, Mr. Speaker, let's temper the expectation, because there's some say, well, we're not moving fast enough, we should be there. I take the Prime Minister and the ministers at their word that we will be there whenever the ask is made, and this has to come through provinces, as same as requested. The government of Canada cannot send the military in on its own. It has to wait for the provinces to request, and we have met all the requests so far that the provinces have asked. So the government of Canada has been acting as quickly, as diligently, and judiciously as possible. But there is obstacles. We may not be able to get the necessary repairs into some critical infrastructure in a timely enough manner, simply because of the restraints of not having contractors to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, and I want to, before I forget, I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of the utility workers in all the provinces and Prince Edward Island in getting it up. But recognize now, you can't just bring people off the street to supplement and double the effort, because these are highly trained, skilled people. This is a very dangerous occupation. And again, we cannot minimize the time it's going to take. It's a necessity of dealing with a weather event. And Mr. Speaker, again, something I've heard here from some of the debate this evening is, well, you know, we've had these events before. We've had ice storms. We've had hurricanes. But Mr. Speaker, let's understand, this was the first weather event of its kind recorded in Canada, occurred in Atlantic Canada Saturday morning, early Saturday morning through the day. The first recorded meteorologic conditions ever recorded in Canada. So we know we've never had an event like this before. And the events are getting more and more serious. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a significant event. And so we have to take the time to acknowledge and thank all those first responders who could not stay indoors during this event, like I did. I took the advice that was given to us and wouldn't dare go out when you've seen the conditions. And unless you actually lived in some of the higher impact areas, you couldn't experience, nobody could describe to me what I experienced. And I've experienced some wild storms, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you have. So yes, this was a very, very scary event. And the damage is significant. And our government will be there. But in some areas, like small craft harbors, I think we're going to have to be innovative. And some of my colleagues are here, and I want to get to say, we may have to deliver money to the local harbor authorities to get the work done quickly. We know the time it takes going through the process, but then often governments held accountable. Well, you're not following due process, so you can't have it both ways. So this is an event. It was not a century. It's the first ever event of this magnitude to occur in Canada. So if we're going to respond in a timely manner, then we're going to have to be, we're going to have to make some first approaches as well. And doing this in infrastructure, I would suggest, and I would challenge my own government, to work with the local harbor authorities as it comes to small craft harbor infrastructure to get timely repairs done quickly. That means they may not have to go to public tender because it takes due time. So we're going to have to be tolerant of that and supportive. But recognize, Mr. Speaker, the farmers and the fishers took all the steps that they could to minimize their losses and damage. But in the areas that we depend on to feed this country, those crops were still exposed to Mother Nature. And that's where the damage occurred. Within the fishing industry, the fishing gear was still at sea, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to have to respond to those costs that are not covered by insurance by fishers. And we're going to have to build. And yes, it was raised a couple of times in the House, in the debate so far this evening, and I'll wind up my comments with that. Yes, you can build infrastructure to withstand. And again, I'm probably the only member in the House that was part of the design approval for the Confederation Bridge. The Confederation Bridge performed as it was designed during this catastrophic weather event. No damage. And I can recall getting a debate with the design people when it was being approved because I was the provincial minister responsible. And when they were putting a design for category, I believe almost 4 level hurricanes, I said, we're a bit over designing. And it's not the case. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we can design infrastructure to withstand weather patterns that are coming. And in closing, all I can say, we better be prepared to put the investments there to protect the critical infrastructure that we have, that we depend on in coastal, because Atlantic Canada is the most prone part of Canada to hurricane events coming up on a regular basis. So we must invest in the infrastructure that will protect the fishing ports of Atlantic Canada and the infrastructure that we need. And it will be expensive, but we have to be there as a government, and I challenge my own government that we have to be there, we have to be creative, and we have to be a heck of a lot faster in getting projects underway and repairs underway to deal with these catastrophic losses that we incurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it's not like me to make comments, but I've seen fishing gear after a hurricane. Garbage. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his frank and honest intervention and the experience he went through. I've actually had the eye of a hurricane pass over my house and stood outside in it only a few years ago. He's not the only person in this House that experienced the Confederation Bridge. I actually was the Chief of Staff to the Minister who signed the deal on the Confederation Bridge in the way back when, and when that member was the Economic Development Minister in the Giz government, of which we had some interaction around Summerside. I'd like to ask him, as a long-serving member of the House of Commons Fisheries Committee that has done 4 reports on small craft harbors over the last decade, outlining that more was needed in the A-based funding, a lot more, so that proper long-term capital planning could be done by port authorities to manage these wharfs so they weren't in the shape that they're in now, where they're more easily destroyed by these storms. will he help all of us, and I will help him as well, to continue to advocate and push harder that we get proper funding for that program so that we can get ahead of the maintenance. The Speaker's riding and my riding alone needs $600 million to bring our wharfs up to operational standards according to DFO.
The honourable member from Egmont.
I thank my colleague who I sit with on the Fisheries Committee for that question, and I agree with you totally. Our government has added $600 million additional to the budget of small craft harbours. It's still a drop in the bucket. Successive governments have cut the A-base funding to a level, and it's still the same, $100 million for capital for across the country, quite frankly, is not even a Band-Aid. So I agree, this is a wake-up call on infrastructure. Somebody made the comment, I'm not sure it was, that if this was a section of the Trans-Canada Highway in an area near a municipality, it would be fixed within a number of days. I agree with that comment, so we should be able to react in that swift a fashion to repair small craft harbors and bring them up to the standard that we know these hurricanes are coming and they will not sustain the damage they did in this. So I support you very much, and I'll be curious to see how my government responds to that in a very positive way by putting the resources needed to build this infrastructure up to a level to sustain the storms we know that are coming.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Tarr, the honourable member of South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Egmont for his speech. And I asked the member from Charlottetown earlier what perhaps we could have done before this storm hit. We knew it was coming. We knew it was coming days ahead of time. There are procedures I know we have for calling in the military. The province has to request this. But in this case, we knew this was going to be a bad storm. We knew it was going to be the storm of the century. We knew that we would need help. Wouldn't it have been better to have some members of the armed forces on Prince Edward Island when that storm hit so that they could go to work immediately right after the storm passed, so that we could get things done in a timely manner? And it doesn't, perhaps there's other things we could have done that didn't involve the armed forces, but we need to be working ahead of time now that we have the ability to predict these storms, especially a hurricane like this where we knew precisely when it was going to hit.
The honourable member for Egmont.
I thank my colleague for the question, but I'm unsure how preventive you could have been. The military was on the ground yesterday. The storm only subsided late Saturday. That's a very timely response from the Canadian military, which we accept and we take for granted. The other side of it is, if we brought the military in several days before and the storm never advanced the way it did, then we'd be accused of being alarmist and reactionary. So it's always a fine. I, for one, say that we took all the steps that could be taken. The notices were given. People were on alert that this was a very dangerous storm, and they did heed that advice. And all we could do then was to wait to see what damage would occur, assess it, and deal with it as it's being done now.
Before I go off to debate, I just wanted to sort of say it seems like the later we get in the evening, the longer the answers and the questions are getting here. So there's an exponential thing here the later we get. So let's shorten them up a little bit so we can get a few more things done before we finish up at the top of the hour. Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is, in fact, a late hour, but it's a good metaphor for where we are on the climate crisis, because at the moment, we're standing on the very edge of too late in terms of the advice that we've been given by the international scientific process, the largest peer review process in the history of human civilization, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I want to start by acknowledging that we're standing here on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation and say Miigwech. I also want to begin by saying how deeply moved, concerned, committed, I think all of us are in this place, to assist the people of Atlantic Canada et aussi au Québec, parce que l'île de la Madeleine est aussi affecté.
Were also affected by the hurricane. And I also have concerns for the people of Saint-Pierre-and-Miquelon.
The French protectorates south of Newfoundland and Labrador. Search the news to see. That's a place I've visited and find intriguing and charming. Saint-Pierre-and-Miquelon, pretty darn exposed to Fiona as she ran through eastern Canada, Quebec, and every single one of our Atlantic provinces. As you've heard me mention a few times in this place, I'm both a Cape Bretoner and a British Columbian. And I have family in both places and have experienced the climate events that walloped British Columbia last summer and summer of 2017 and many other occasions, and experienced previous hurricanes through Atlantic Canada. My thoughts are with everyone who's been impacted. And I also want to express, if the Minister of Emergency Preparedness happens to be watching, to send him our good thoughts. I know he's recovering from knee surgery, as I did recently, and it's no picnic. And I'm sure he's working really hard from wherever he is in dealing with emergency preparedness now. Tonight's debate raised a lot of commonalities, and I want to speak to those because I think it's important when we find things in common. And one of them was that, so often we heard people speaking of the impacts from Hurricane Fiona. No phones, no cell phones, no electricity, a real sense of isolation. But I can say those very same things run through a lot of climate events that have happened in the last few years. In my own riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, we had the entire bracketed the week of Christmas 2018 for many people within the riding. No phones, landlines, no cell phones, no electricity, particularly in the Gulf Islands, an experience very much like the one we've heard of people running out with their chainsaws, clearing trees out of the way, trying to help neighbors, reaching the elderly neighbors who were alone at Christmas, getting help to people because no other help was coming. The same thing was true. Talked to the fire chief in Ashcroft about the summer of 2017 when they were on evacuation warnings. This is interior BC, not far from Lytton in the riding of Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon. The fire chief said, well, we didn't know what to do. We had no phones, no cell phones. We had no power, and we were told we were on evacuation alert. We didn't know how we were going to let our citizens know if we had to evacuate. We think now the technology we need is a really big bell at the fire station so we can warn the town. I mean, our technology is running up against some fairly grim limits that are set by extreme weather events that knock out all our technology. We need to really pay attention to this. The same thing was said of what happened in the floods that occurred in November. Everybody was there with no phones, no cell, no electricity. So we have some commonalities, and I'd like to also focus when we say Atlantic Canadians are resilient, neighbor help neighbor. I'd like to say Canadians are resilient. Neighbor helps neighbor. Whether you're on the Gulf Islands of my riding or interior BC, or you're a farmer in the prairies and you need help, or you're an Atlantic Canadian, and I don't even think there's a rural-urban divide. To the extent that it's possible to help in an urban center, and I will say I think rural Canadians have more skills to handle the collapse of things all around them. But I think the heart and soul of every Canadian is to help everybody who is a neighbor to get out there and pitch in when a community is in trouble. I do think that Atlantic Canada, provincial governments, every single one of them, and the federal government, did a remarkable job in warning people. The number of lives lost is tragic in this storm, but we lost 800, 900 people in BC last summer, between the heat dome, which was completely predictable right down to the hour, and the provincial government ignored it, never called for an emergency, never warned communities. So there's a difference when governments respond appropriately, and I want to give credit where credit's due here. The government of Nova Scotia, PEI, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland and Labrador, and the federal government identified early that this was going to be really bad and did their best to tell people to stay home and not take chances. And that saved lives, and forgive me for being angry about it, but the provincial government of British Columbia cost lives last year when it decided not to call for a state of emergency and not to warn communities and not to open cooling centers. I hope we've learned, if we compare the two kinds of disasters, provincial governments play a big role here. They have to step up early and say it's an emergency, we need help, and when they do that, the federal partner has to reach out as well. So there's two parts of this debate we've had tonight. What we do immediately to help people rebuild, and that has been raised. Quite a few members have noted that we can't necessarily rebuild exactly where we were. We have to have a resilience, we have to adapt to a changed circumstance of extreme weather events that have not yet finished doing their worst. They will continue to worsen. That is baked into the climate science. But we do know that as we rebuild and help people, that help must be real and tangible and not just be empty words. I have mentioned more than a few times tonight that the people of Lytton are still waiting to see a town. People are still waiting to be rebuilt where they are. My husband's farm, it's a family place, but his daughter had been living there and nearly died in the heat dome. So literally, the temperature at my husband's farm last summer hit 50 degrees Celsius, and my stepdaughter Julia nearly died. So they're not there anymore, but the house has been pretty steadily occupied by people who have no place to go. So last summer there was a wave of first the people who'd lost their homes in the fires, and then people who'd lost their homes in the floods. So the house has proved very helpful for lots of people who have no place to live. This is the reality of the climate emergency on the bleeding edge of it, which is in places like Lytton and Ashcroft and now Atlantic Canada. The second part of how we respond is, what do we learn about climate science? How was this hurricane affected by climate events such as a warming ocean? We know that the heating of our atmosphere dumps itself into our oceans in ocean heating. Every single second, I find this astonishing, every second of every minute of every hour of every day, the oceans absorb, due to the climate crisis, the energy equivalent of 7 Hiroshima bombs every second. No wonder the ocean south of Nova Scotia has been heating. It's been heating for some time, and then the hurricanes that come up the eastern seaboard, when they track along the Gulf Stream and the water doesn't cool down the way it used to, the average temperature for the water south of Nova Scotia, pre-climate change, used to be about 15 degrees Celsius in September this time of year. If you look at the temperature records for last week, it was 20 degrees and then 18 and had dropped to 17 degrees the day that Fiona hit Nova Scotia and Cape Breton and all the adjacent areas. But it was accompanied by, as several members have said, extraordinarily low barometric pressure. In fact, the lowest barometric pressure ever recorded from any storm in Canada. And we had a wind shear event, which, as the honourable member from Charlottetown mentioned, was the big surprise for PEI. The windstorm wasn't really like any hurricane they'd ever seen before. So we need to pay attention to the climate advice. And that means the Government of Canada, as hard as it is for the Liberals to do this, must recognize that the IPCC has warned us that if we do not stop adding greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, if we do not ensure that they peak and begin to drop before 2025, it will be too late to hold to 1.5 degrees or even 2 degrees. That's why it really matters that we get this right, because the window will close on 1.5 or 2 degrees before the next election. That means the government itself has to turn itself inside out. The Liberal caucus has to be the place of the crucible of decision-making of whether we want our children to survive in a livable world with a functioning civilization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her speech again tonight and her stories around the heat dome in BC. I'm just wondering, my honourable colleague from the NDP is probably going to bring this up as well. Just around the case for mitigation, I just was wondering on her thoughts, how do we go forward on mitigating some of these climate change effects that we're experiencing in Canada. Thanks.
For Sandwich Gulf Islands.
My honourable colleague from Peace River Westlock, we did submit as the Green Party a very long piece of advice to the consultation the government's running on how do we adapt, what changes can we make, and we went through what do we do for farmers, what do we do for the forest industry, what do we do. We have to put saving lives up front. We have to make sure that if there's a heat dome coming, we actually get people to safety. One of the more chilling things I heard in preparing that report on adaptation, which can be found on my nonpartisan website, elizabethmaymp.ca, was from Professor Blair Feltmate at the University of Waterloo, who said, yeah, 700 British Columbians died in the heat dome. If we had had a power failure at the same time, which is not far-fetched, thousands would have died. So we have to think about each one of these major kinds of events, whether it's a hurricane, a flood, a fire, wind events, and figure out how do we keep people safe. And there are many ways, and they come from the practicality of members like the member for Peace River Westlock.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her speech, as usual. And she's pointed out here many times the dangers that we face. Even if we stopped all carbon emissions in the world right now, we would still be in this situation for centuries, where we would be having these incredible hurricanes, we would be having catastrophic forest fires, floods. That wouldn't stop. What we're trying to stop is making things worse. You know, this is only going to get worse. And so there is this case for adaptation. We have to deal with the situation as it is now. And I just wanted to touch on the heat dome, whether it occurs in BC or Alberta or wherever next time, about the idea of, and this brings me back to PEI as well. PEI has a program around heat pumps, and would a really serious investment by this federal government in a heat pump program that would allow people to have cooling, in especially low-income Canadians, and especially in British Columbia, where not many people have air conditioning. That's what killed people. They were stuck in their homes. They basically just got too hot. And I'm just wondering if we can save a lot of people if we provide low-income Canadians with heat pumps that would get us off natural gas, other forms of heating, and at the same time provide the cooling necessary to perhaps save them in a heat dome event.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I completely agree with my friend from South Okanagan and West Kootenay, but I would add as well, we need to make sure that we have distributed energy systems such as solar panels to run a generator to make sure that people who are relying on a heat pump don't have it conk out because their power grid has gone down at the same time. When we're looking at Fiona, and right now people are running generators to keep themselves going. We went through this, obviously, Mr. Speaker. The ice storm event was another climate event that affected an urban area. Those people who had generators were able to help the neighbors that didn't have generators. But we do need, there's a lot the government can do, but I think the number one thing also is to make sure our electricity grid works east, west, and north, south, and continually recharges itself with renewable energy so that the grid itself is the big battery we need.
And we have time for one more quick question. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands talked about the promise of help versus the delivery of help. And we've seen that that's a concern, I think, in the debate here. We've experienced it after Dorian in 2019, where the help that was promised didn't arrive for a lot of our municipalities. We've heard about the floods last year in BC. I wonder if you could expand a little more on that issue and where you've seen that happen, where the issue seems to fade and the money doesn't flow.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank my friend from South Shore St. Margaret's. And apropos of the last debate we were having about the fixed link, I was actually the Minister of Environment's office when we signed off on that being the first piece of infrastructure that adapted to climate change because it was built for a 1 meter sea level rise. But yeah, there is a lot. I think we need to stop taking our attention off an issue once it's no longer in the front pages, and we need to find a place where we get the money. I respectfully suggest that the profiteering by big oil right now from the profits they get from the war in Ukraine, we should double their tax for 1 year from 15% to 30%. That would generate $8 billion we could dedicate to making sure we protect communities and help them rebuild.
Tonight is full of surprises where I learn all kinds of things. I mean, it's amazing how many people sit in this house that are involved in the Confederation Bridge. Continuing debate, the honourable member from Peace River Westlock in about 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will assure you that I had not very much to do with the building of the Confederation Bridge. However, tonight we are debating an emergency debate around another instance of nature trying to kill us. We've seen a big hurricane has hit the east coast of Canada, and to some degree, Mr. Speaker, I just want to talk about the very nature of civilization, or to be civilized, is our war against nature, our war to ensure that nature doesn't kill us. And so to be civilized is to live in a warm home. To be civilized is to have running water, is to be clean running water. To be civilized is to have clothing that allows us to function when nature is trying to kill us, whether that be too warm or too cold. Humans are fragile beings, and therefore we are always in the struggle to survive. And so I would just say that the very fact that people live on every square inch of this planet is a testament to our dominion over nature, the fact that we do live in every corner of the globe. And so there's a resilience that comes from the human experience. I just, as an Albertan, I just want to extend our support for the Maritimes and Quebec in this time. And I just want to say a little bit around the many folks that have moved from that part of the country to my riding to support work in the oil patch and things like that, and have helped me in my campaign along the way as well. So Sonia Andrews from Newfoundland, J.D. Dennis from Nova Scotia, Glenn Mitchell from New Brunswick, Jordan Johnson from PEI, all of these folks I'm pleased to call friends, and I know that every one of them have family back home that they are concerned about. They are likely be heading there to help with the cleanup efforts, and I just want to say that this is the Canadian story, is that when our neighbors are in trouble, we step up, we head out, we gas up our chainsaw, do what we have to do to show up and ensure that our neighbors thrive and flourish, and that we collectively, to be civilized people, war at nature with nature in order to survive. And so I'm very excited to be able to add my voice to the debate tonight, and look forward to the resiliency of Canadians as we rebuild Eastern Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to say questions and comments, but there's no need because we're at that time. But I would want to put my prerogative quickly in to thank everyone for their interventions. I know, as I said on Friday, if you know someone in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, Île-et-Madeleine, Newfoundland, Labrador, please do give them a call. Reach out, see how they're doing, because it's going to be a while that they're going to be looking for some help and waiting for their power and stuff to be restored, and especially from those folks in my constituency of West Nova. It being midnight, I declare the motion is carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.